Mm. What is doing? Shabbat Shalom. Let me look. Come on, chill myself. Chill. Shalom, could I get a run if I could be heard? I guess not. Shabbat Shalom, could I get a one if I could be heard? I don't know if I could be heard. Can I get a one if I could be heard? Anyone? Okay. That's, Shabbat Shalom, welcome. Get in here. We're gonna get things started here. Just trying to line up a few things. Let's see, yeah. Let's see what's going on. Okay, all praise to the Most High. YAHAWASHI, by MASHAYACH. I think we can pretty much get started here. We have a lot of things going on right now, and we got to be in the spirit. And, I talk about being spiritual, but I don't know if everybody understands. First and foremost, spiritual come from the order, Most High, or MASHAYACH, then man, woman, and child. And see, I think a lot of times we miss that in dealing with looking for something for ourselves, looking in the Bible for something that relates to us as a people. And the times that we're in now, the scriptures say in Deuteronomy 28 and 29, no man going to save us. No man going to save us. So we have to look at, okay, well, if no man going to save us, then who we look to? We have to look to the Most High. Power of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. Jacob being the forefather of the 12 tribes of Israel, who is Judah, Benjamin, Levi, Simeon, Zebulun, Ephraim, Manasseh, Gad, Reuben, Naphtali, Asher, and Issachar. That's scattered among all nations. So that's why it's so important to seek after the Most High and exalt him with all thy strength, it says, so that we're not depending on somebody to bring us through, a man. Because that's generally what Israel do. They look at, oh, they're doing it over there. Let's go over there. They must have it over there. But then at the same time, where's the Most High being exalted? Like I said, if you forget about the order, then you're going to be off all the time. I don't care. I challenge anybody on that. You tell me who comes before the Most High. Talk to me. Y'all want to say this, that, and the third, whatever. Who come before the Most High? Nobody. Nothing. That's why it's all praise to the Most High. 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 About MASHAYACH, YAHAWASHI, in the name of the Lord and Savior. So, without a shadow of doubt, I challenge anybody on that. You know, we can go to the throne of the Most High and let him bring forth his judgment accordingly, because you think something's more important than him. We to the point we don't even praise the Most High. Y'all right here talking about all praises. Y'all leaving it open to call on anybody, call on any demon that they believe in. It's bad enough we can't see that the people that publish the Bibles have put BAAL all in the Bible as LORD. We can't even get that part right. So this is where we at, you know. It's going to be Jacob's trouble. Went over that last night. It's going to be Jacob's trouble. And I've been dealing with a world at war. We that world without end, the Israelites. And everything going to come back to us. Whether you want to believe it or not, it's going to come back to us. They're going to make their way all the way back to us. Anything that's going on, watch it always come back to us. But see, we don't see that because we believe in the system. And even Israelites, y'all, some of y'all believe in the system. Y'all trust y'all enemy. Y'all trust, they tell you never trust the enemy. But you believe that because the Bible's here. I heard brothers say, well, I went to Revelation 3:14, and he was, it says, thus say the AMEN. Well, he said, I guess that's his name. What? That ain't MASHAYACH name. No way. They just show you they put things in there like they took things out. They put things in the Bible. But we can't come to that conclusion because the fact of, you can say whatever, but tell you in Revelation 18:23, they deceive all the nations through their sorceries. Now, if you ain't really up on how the left-hand side work, then how you know how they operating? If you ain't studying that, you ain't studied that. Like you studying, you know, precept after precept after precept, but you ain't looking at what they dealing with and dealing with things opposite of what we're dealing with. You gotta look at it. If you ain't looked at it like that, then, you know, and you don't know what it is that and how they operate, you only know how you know how, like, from Christianity to an Israelite, and you only know from the right side of things, and you don't know, you ain't studied the left side to know how they operate, to say, okay, there's no enchantment for Israel, but you just learn how to read. And I'll be talking about spiritual things, and people can't even see spiritual. They can't see it. So how are you spiritual, and how are you not going to be able to be deceived on something as simple as that? And I'm showing it to you over and over and over again. How is that? Because you don't really look at the right hand and the left hand. See, we ate of the tree of the knowledge of good and evil. That might be a good lesson that you need to look at. We ate of the knowledge of the tree of, we ate of the tree of the knowledge of good and evil. Maybe you need to look at that. So you'll see where we at and what we did and what it brought about on this earth. Because in the beginning, everybody obeyed. But then when we did that, that changed everything. And now you have these demons, you know, possessed people that smiling, styling, and profiling, and y'all think it's okay because they smiling, because they look happier, they laugh whenever they do what they're doing, but it's not okay. That's why we're in the end times, and you're gonna see that there's gonna be a lot of things that's gonna be escalating in a real way that you never seen before in your life. And if you're not really understanding the MASHAYACH make things visible and invisible, then those invisible that become visible and the visible that become invisible gonna flip a lot of people out. They're gonna be out of here because they don't have the love of the Most High. You know, that's what this is about. You know, you gotta love him. If you love him, then you're gonna do what he said do, and you're gonna look into the right and the left side of the Most High. And not just thinking that the devil was cast out of heaven with his imps and so forth, and he's doing whatever he want to do. No, that give him more power than the Most High, because this world is evil, and when you do evil, you draw that evil to you, and that's what we're trying to get out of, you know. But if you don't really realize that, you know, what you gonna do when these demons manifest within someone that's close to you, or somebody that's you gotta go somewhere, you're in a store, and these demons manifest. I'm just seeing where a dude just said, "Oh, they pop, whop pop," on the plane. They had to wrestle them down. I mean, these are the times we in. You know, they grow up from a young age all the way to being an adult, you know, planning to give their life up for what they believe in. We ain't living like that. That's how they living. That's who we dealing with. And in war, it's war right now, whether you see it or not. But you know, don't get that mindset. Oh well, you know, I ain't got to be concerned about it because of who you think you are. We ain't nobody as we are. If you're gonna take 1,000 years and learn of the Most High, are you serious? We got to really dig deep in this, man. Spiritually, I'm saying. So as always, I'm gonna stop talking. Give me the book of Colossians 3 and 17. And whatsoever you do in word or deed, do all by SHAM MASHAYACH YAHAWASHI. Give me thanks to the Most High and the Father by SHAM MASHAYACH YAHAWASHI. So everything that we say is going to be in the name of the Lord and Savior, MASHAYACH YAHAWASHI. We give thanks to the Most High and the Father by SHAM MASHAYACH YAHAWASHI. He's worthy to be praised for everything, regardless of what go down. And look at 1 John 5 and 3. Since it says we looking at the love of the Most High, that's what he told us in 1 John 5 and 3. He said, for this is the love of the Most High, that we keep his commandments, and his commandments are not grievous. That's the love of the Most High. So what's wrong with being righteous? MASHAYACH said, St. John 14 and 15. Because a lot of y'all want to run to a MASHAYACH YAHAWASHI. I won't even say that. Most of the people run to Paul. They run to Paul's writings, right? I mean, I could be talking about MASHAYACH YAHAWASHI, and they'll say, well, Paul said this, like Paul supersedes MASHAYACH YAHAWASHI, and he was killing everybody. As Saul, that even called on the name of MASHAYACH YAHAWASHI. Do people realize that? He had to suffer for SHAM MASHAYACH YAHAWASHI in the name of the Lord and Savior, for MASHAYACH YAHAWASHI name's sake. Look what MASHAYACH said, St. John 14, 15. If you love me, keep my commandments. Sound anything different than if you love the Most High? Same thing. Most High just said his commandments are not grievous. MASHAYACH said, if you love me, keep my commandments. He said, and I will pray the Father, and he shall give you another comforter. That's why I'm trying to figure out, how is it that they're the same? If he had the same power as the Most High, they have the same power, then why you got to pray to the Most High? Why you got to pray to the Father? Make that make sense? And he, that's the Most High, not himself, shall give you another comforter, that he may abide with you forever. You see? And it's not a she. A lot of like they got a lesson and, you know, doctrines going out that the Holy Spirit is a she. No. It's saying he. may abide with you forever. It say, even the spirit of truth. And we know the spirit of truth, the truth is, we know that, Psalms 119, 142, that righteousness is an everlasting righteousness, and thy law is the truth. So the laws of the Most High, the commandments of the Most High, is a spirit. It's spiritual also. You don't understand? So he said, he's going to give you even the spirit of truth, whom the world cannot receive, because it seeth him not. It's a male. Him is not her. He is not she. A woman is not a man. A man is not a woman. You think the Most High couldn't put she? If the Holy Spirit is a she, it says, even the spirit of truth, whom the world cannot receive, because it seeth him not, neither knoweth him. But ye know him, for he, there it is, all male, dwelleth with you and shall be in you. You see? And it's sad because you have people that's really bringing forth doctrines that makes no sense at all. Anyone that can read that and say that's a she, tell me, you gotta help me, because it says he. So the author's quoting the YAHAWASHI made that big mistake with it. I mean, he said, look, neither know of him, but ye know him, for he, that's a male, dwelleth with you and shall be in you. Then it says, I will not leave you comfortless. I will come to you. So am I YAHAWASHI is a woman? Am I YAHAWASHI is a she? Or is it he? Huh? Talk to me. I mean, because some of y'all believe that the Holy Spirit is a she, for whatever reason. And we have to look at this, because the time is coming that you might not have the Bible. All you have is what you learn to apply it in your life. That's why you got to learn it, live it, and apply it. I've been saying this for years. Now it's coming to the time you got to really apply what it is that you've learned spiritually. Or you might follow someone that's going to lead you straight to damnation. It's very serious, you know, especially looking at the times that we're in. We're in some trying times. Well, we got to look at who it is that don't know the Most High, don't have a clue of who he is, and in the end going to say, we have not known him. We have not known him. And a lot of y'all follow the ones that don't know him. You have followed them. It's sad because people can always look at, always compare we as Israelites and what we're dealing with to their worldly viewpoint. And you can't justify it. You cannot justify it. Because they're never going to know the Most High. They tell you that themselves. But if you don't know that, then you just go with the flow, like everybody else, and you realize, wow, it's too late. Sometime to find out. It's too late. That's why you got to know ahead of time. That's why you got to learn it, live it, and apply it in your life. This truth every day. Because somewhere or another, you got to relate to how world situations are like what's written in the Bible. And when you start doing that, you become more spiritual rather than just looking at certain things as coincidence. No. Look at this. So you got to answer this question, because it's a question that's asked. Go to the book of Ecclesiastes. It's a question that's asked. The first chapter, the 9th verse. Pictures just say, the thing that have been, meaning something in the past, it is that which shall be. So the thing that have been in the past is that what's going to be in the future. And that which is done is that which shall be done. Whatever's being done now is going to be done in the future. And there was no new thing under the sun. You hear that? There was no new thing under the sun. Is there anything whereof it may be said, see, this is new? It had been already of old time, which was before us, before we were born. There was no remembrance of former things. So the Most High don't allow us to remember the past, our existence in the past. There's no remembrance of former things. Neither shall there be any remembrance of things that are to come with those that shall come after. We're here. The people that's going to come after us, there's no remembrance for them. He said, you see, there was no remembrance. So it can't be talking about a chair, a car, or anything. This remembrance is dealing with people of former things. You know, there's no remembrance of them. That's why I said there's no new thing under the sun. So these things that we're looking at in our worlds that we're living in now, it's just a different day and time, but the same thing occurred more so in the past. There was more people that live in the past, and we don't really have much of the past as a people, except for going into this Bible, looking at it and researching what it is that compares to the Bible. That's my analysis. And that's what I've always looked at, you know. And that's what you should be doing, you know. Look at Ecclesiastes 2:16. For there is no remembrance of the wise more than of the fool forever. You see? There's no remembrance of someone that had a lot of wisdom or a fool in the past, seeing that which now is in the days to come shall all be forgotten. And how dieth the wise man as the fool? You see? Both going to die. But he said what he said, for there is no remembrance of the wise more than of the fool forever. Seeing that which now is in the days to come shall all be forgotten. All be forgotten. And how dieth the wise man as the fool? See? He said, therefore I hated life, because the work that is wrought under the sun is grievous unto me, for all is vanity and vexation of spirit. Yeah, I hated all my labor which I had taken under the sun, because I should leave it unto the man that shall be after me. Somebody that's going to benefit off of what it is that he've attained in life. And who knoweth whether he shall be a wise man or a fool? Somebody that's, you know, everything is going to say, who knows, he going to be a wise man or a fool? Yet shall he have ruled over all my labor, wherein I have labored, and wherein I have showed myself wise under the sun. This is also vanity. See? But if you think about that, then it could be heartbreaking. You know what I mean? Like, who's going to really take over whatever, what he said, who's going to really continue what it is that he's brought on the table, being very, very wise. You know, only a MASHAYACH was pretty much wiser than King Solomon. But I mean, all the things that he accomplished and so forth, you know, except for in his old age, you know, he got caught up in dealing with those strange women, these women of another nation. But other than that, before that, throughout his young age and so forth, you see, he was very wise. So now we have to look at where we at in life with the Arabs and the Persians, what Iranians joining together, because they're gonna join together. They're gonna be together, because they all have one religion, and that's Islam. You see, but even though they're the Persians like the East Indians, and they all had us in captivity too. Remember that, you know, the Sahara slave trade. That was the Arabs. The Arabs and the ones that Ishmael, the one that really started slavery. Really, remember? Well, I'll take that back. I'll say our wicked patriot forefathers, sold Joseph to the Arabs, to the Ishmaelites, and they sold him to the Egyptians, our forefather Joseph. But we started it. Remember, they was going to kill Joseph, their own brother. But Judah stepped in and said, hey, sell him to the Ishmaelites. So they sold him to the Ishmaelites, and that's the first time in the Bible that we see really slavery, because they sold Joseph to the Egyptians, and he rose up to be right under the Pharaoh. And like, share, and subscribe to the channels while you can, because it's very important that as much as we can, we tap into much as we can get during the time that we have to get. Look at Psalms, the 50th chapter. We're in some trying times, y'all. Look at Psalms 50 and 5 and 6. It says, gather my saints together unto me, those that have made a covenant with me by sacrifice. So the saints are defined in Psalms 148:14. Because I see a lot of people that I have, come across, they come into the different comment sections, and they have, pretty much want to bring their crisp insanity type of doctrine without knowing what I teach, at least I'll say, because I like to define words in the Bible. So the saints are defined here in Psalms 148:14. Well, I asked you, what nation are you? It say, he also exalted the horn with the power like a bull's horn, a ram's horn of his people, the praise of all his saints. So now we're going to find his people and the saints within this one scripture. Who are the saints? Even of the children of Israel, who are we? Are people near unto him. Praise ye the Most High. That's why I say praise the Most High. So you see, Shalom, y'all. Shabbat Shalom. Welcome, everyone. I don't have the link to be able to come on. Sadiq might have that. But you see here, they say he also exalted the horn of his people, the praise of all his saints, even of the children of Israel. Well, we are people near unto him. Praise ye the Most High. So his people are the children of Israel. The saints are the children of Israel. So when you go back to Psalms 50 and 5, they say, gather my saints. That's the children of Israel. Together unto me, those that have made a covenant with me by sacrifice. So who the covenant was made with? covenant. Okay. Let's stay in Psalms. Psalms 105 and 8. Like I said, I like to define words by the Bible. You can't go wrong with this way. Psalm 105 and 8. He have remembered his covenant, which is a contract or agreement forever. The word which he commanded to 1,000 generations. Which covenant or contract or agreement he made with, this is who the covenant was with Abraham, and his oath unto Isaac, and confirmed the same unto Jacob for a law, and to Israel for an everlasting covenant. Now, how you get anybody else in there? You can't. You can't. So when you go back to Psalm 50 and 5, now you see, gather my saints who are the 12 tribes of Israel together unto me, unto the Most High. It ain't saying to no one else, but to the Most High. Those that have made a covenant, a contract agreement with me by sacrifice. We're the only ones that sacrifice animals for the atonement of our sins because we're the ones that was given the law. How you prove that? Psalm 147, 19 and 20. These are basics. But the basics have to be reviewed because there are those that don't know. And you got to make it mean something different. If you disagree, Psalm 147, 19 and 20. He showeth his word unto Jacob, his statutes and his judgment unto Israel. He hath not dealt so with any nation. And as for his judgment, mean the punishment for breaking the Most High's commandments, they have not known them. Praise ye the Most High. Praise the Most High. Praise ye the Most High. You see, so as for his judgment, they have not known him. Because the Most High did never give them the laws. He gave us the laws. We having the laws, that's why he jacked us up. Go back to Psalms 50 and 6. And the heavens shall declare his righteousness. You see? And here we are now in the lands that we scattered as the Israelites. He said the heavens shall declare his righteousness. For the Most High is judge, well, Most High is judge himself, right? So now, what's righteousness? Let's stay in Psalms for the definition of righteousness. Psalms 119. And you see how this works. Psalms 119, 172 defines righteousness. My tongue shall speak of thy word, for all thy commandments are righteousness. You see? So the commandments that the Most High wrote with his finger is righteousness. And it's sad when someone can think in their wildest dreams that they don't have to do what he say do. His rules and regulations, that's all it is, rules and regulations. Y'all know about rules and regulations, right? So that's what he gave us, rules and regulations, but we want to try and find some way out. I heard people say, why you want to be in bondage? Why you want to be in bondage? Like, they're free to do whatever they want to do. You ain't free to do whatever you want to do. There is a judgment. Believe this. Don't think like that. That's the wrong way to think. That's why Hebrews 10:31 says what? It's a fearful thing to fall into the hands of the Most High, man. Look, go back to the book of Psalms, the 50th chapter. Now, you just seen that we looked at Psalms 147, 19 and 20. The Most High showed his word to Jacob, his statutes and the judgment of Israel. He have not dealt so with any nation. As for his judgment, they have not known them. Praise ye the Most High, right? Well, let's go to Psalm 50 and 16. Most High asking a question to the wicked. He said, but unto the wicked, the Most High said, this is the Most High saying this, what hast thou to do to declare my statutes? In other words, what are you doing with my Bible? What are you doing with the word that I'm giving to the children of Israel? Are you one of the 12 tribes? Are you Judah, Benjamin, Levi, Simeon, Zebulun, Ephraim, Manasseh, Gad, Reuben, Naphtali, Asher, Issachar? Say, But unto the wicked, the Most High said, what hast thou to do to declare my statutes, or that thou shouldst take my covenant in thy mouth? Yeah, I hear the preachers be talking about the covenant with everybody, every nation. Lying. We just read, and you can read, you can put in your notes as far as the covenant, Jeremiah 31:31 down. You can also put Hebrews 8:8 down. That's the covenant. To Abraham, who had a son named Isaac, what a son named Jacob. His name was changed to Israel, became the forefather of the 12 tribes of Israel. Point blank. That's what Moses say, but unto the wicked. And you know, when you look at Job 9:24, it says the earth is given into the hand of the wicked. He who is the wicked covereth the face of the judges thereof. Says, if not, where and who is he? Bam. That's what they've done. They cover the faces of the judges thereof. If not, where and who is he? Come on. Who done that? Surely you can find some Bibles with the Japanese and the Chinese saying the day of MASHAYACH. How about the East Indians, the Iranians? You know, they say they are MASHAYACH. No. What about the Arabs? They say they are MASHAYACH. Do they say they're the Most High? You can find some Bibles where they say, I'm the Most High. I'm the power of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. I'm over the 12 tribes of Israel. I'm over everybody, huh? Think about it. That's why he said, but unto the wicked, the Most High said, he said, look, like I said, the earth is given to the hand of the wicked, right? He who is wicked covereth the faces of the judges thereof. If not, where and who is he? Okay, now I'm going to show you. MASHAYACH, I showed you him. He's a judge. They cover the faces of the judges thereof. If not, where and who is he? Now look at Revelation 19:11. Revelation 19, chapter 11, verse. It says, and I saw heaven open, and behold, a white horse, pure righteous power, and he that sat upon him was called faithful and true. This is a MASHAYACH, y'all. And in righteousness, he does judge and make war. So then righteousness, we know what righteousness, we define righteousness, he coming to judge and make war. So that's a judge right there, right? That's a MASHAYACH, the judge, right? So now, it says the earth given to the hand of the wicked. He's saying wicked, the wicked people. How do you feel you can, put my covenant in your mouth? That's a question he asking them. Somebody got to answer. Look at this. Look at that. You see that? I got to watch it because I know sometimes it be too close. You can't really see it. Can I get a one if y'all can see this? I want to kind of get an idea of how far I need to put things back on this social media so you can see it. Can y'all see that? The whole picture of all 13 imposters? Someone can give me a one to let me know that you can see it. And I'm trying to get a distance of where I need to be at to be able to determine where it can be seen. When I look at it, once I review it, I'll be too close to the iPad. So I want to make sure that, can somebody give me a one that you can tell me you can see it from this distance? All 13, so I'll get an idea of how far I need to go in to be able to uh-oh. What happened? And okay. The water, y'all. So here we are. It said the wicked cover the faces of the judges there. So you see a MASHAYACH, he's coming to judge and make war. So he's a judge. And then we look at go to Luke 22. Luke 22 and verse 30. Here it is. It says that ye may eat and drink at my table in my kingdom and sit on thrones judging the 12 tribes of Israel. This is MASHAYACH talking about the 12 apostles. He said that ye may eat and drink at my table in my kingdom, which is going to be the first kingdom that comes on this earth, and sit on thrones, that's powers and authority, judging the 12 tribes of Israel. So here we go. The Borgia family, only 5 people in this picture. I don't know why people don't really bring this out. I've been bringing this out since the 90s. It's only 5 people in this picture. So this is what they've done. I've never seen any Japanese people that claiming to be the most high of MASHAYACH, the 12 apostles, Chinese. I mean, you name them. They're the ones. That's why he said, he asked me the question. Oh, praise to the Most High. Oh, show him MASHAYACH. You just turn the Bible and go right there when you're talking about. Ow. Show him MASHAYACH. Psalms 50 and 16. But unto the wicked, the Most High said, what hast thou to do to declare my statutes, or that thou shouldest take my covenant in thy mouth, seeing thou hateth instruction, right? He said the wicked hate instruction and cast my words behind thee. That's why, look, go to Proverbs, the first chapter. They hated instruction and cast my words behind them. That's why ain't no teaching us no more. No more. Proverbs 1 and 7. The fear of the Most High is the beginning of knowledge. And knowledge is the proper way to gather the righteous information. Put it like that. The fear of the Most High, to be scared of the Most High, they don't even look at what the fear of the Most High is. Most people can't even answer if they've been to church and if they've been indoctrinated with the Christian sanity religions. They can't even answer that. What's the fear of the Most High? They can't even answer that question. But you have somebody that's not indoctrinated with the Christian sanity religions tell you in a minute to be afraid of them, to be scared of them. But people that have been indoctrinated with this Christian sanity religions and so forth, they've been taught you ain't supposed to fear the Most High. Are you serious? You even know him. You can't know him. To say that, they don't know him. They don't know who he is in this Bible for sure. It says the fear of the Most High is the beginning of knowledge. Hey, to be afraid of the Most High, to be scared of the Most High is the beginning of knowledge, man. That's the proper righteous information you need to know first and foremost. But fools despise wisdom and instruction. So these wicked ones that are telling you here in Psalms 50 and 17, seeing thou hateth instruction and casting my words behind thee, they fools. They're fools. That's what I say. It say fools despise wisdom and instruction. Straight up. Can't tell them that. And they still want to tell us everything. So now, they definitely not going to get understanding. No way, shape, or form. Because they don't care to know what this Bible is really talking about. And even if so, they still going to say this when salvation come on this earth, y'all. In Wisdom of Solomon. Y'all know where? 5 and 7. Then what they going to say? When salvation is coming on the earth for the children of Israel and those that's going to be under us as servants and handmaids, this is what they're going to say. Wisdom of Solomon 5 and 7. That's why I say the past, the present, the future is all here. It says, we wearied ourselves in the way of wickedness and destruction. Yeah, we have gone through deserts where there lay no way. But as for the way of the Most High, the MASHAYACH, listen, we have not known it. I mean, it's no different than what you see in here. Tell them I'm Officer Maracad and King, your guy. If y'all can get in touch with Sadiq, he probably can give you the link to be able to get on. Because I don't see no link if y'all want to get on with me. So you see that? Look what they're going to say in verse 6, Wisdom 5 and 6. Therefore have we erred. This is all past tense. Like where we at now, through the time that salvation is coming on the earth. Let me show you that so you won't think that I'm just making this up. Wisdom 5 and 1. Then shall the righteous man stand in great boldness in the face of such have afflicted him and made no account of his labor, right? When they see it, like we standing boldly in their face, tell them they have made no account of our labors. When they see it, they shall be troubled with terrible fear. Listen at this, and shall be amazed at the strangeness of his salvation. That's powers from the authority that's coming to the Israelites so far beyond all they look for. You see, because they've been taught lies and they teach lies from the womb, they tell you. So what you expect? That's why they're going to say, oh, okay. That's why they're going to say in verse 6, therefore have we erred from the way of truth. They err from the way of truth, which is keeping of the commandments of the Most High, keeping of the laws of the Most High. They teach people that you're not under the law. You ain't got to keep the law. You're under grace. I just did a series on that. Do grace give you a license to sin? Therefore have we erred from the way of truth. And the truth is the law, statutes, commandments of the Most High all day long. Psalms 119, 142, that righteousness is an everlasting righteousness, and thy law is the truth. So they err from keeping the commandments of the Most High. In the light of righteousness, we know righteousness is keeping of the commandments also, that the Most High wrote with his finger, have not shined unto us. Like he said, after his judgment, they have not known him. He showed his word to Jacob, his statutes and his judgment to Israel. He have not dealt so with any nation. As for his judgment, they have not known them. Praise ye the Most High. That's what I say. And they saying this. This is real. And the light of righteousness, keeping the commandments of the Most High, have not shined unto us. And the sun of righteousness rose not upon us. You see? Because they were made for this purpose. Proverbs 16 and 4. And that's what you see happening all over the world. Well, you can't name nobody else. You can't name nobody like that. Proverbs 16 and 4. The Most High have made all things for himself. Yeah. Even the wicked for the day of evil. You hear that? He made the wicked for the day of evil. We define the wicked in Job 9:24. The earth was given to the hand of the wicked. He who is a wicked covered the faces of the judges thereof, if not when who is. I showed you. They covered the MASHAYACH face, and they covered the 12 apostles' face with the Borgia family. Only 5 people in that picture, that Last Supper picture. 13 imposters. Like the imposter saying they us. The small hat people and so forth. Everybody else, everybody else, except for us. We walking around don't know who we are. That's why it says, everyone that is proud in heart, everyone that's proud in their mind is an abomination to the Most High. That's why you got to be humble. Regardless of how you look at this, you have to be humble. Or you're an abomination. You're a filthy wicked act to the Most High. A filthy wicked act. You care less about anybody that's prideful. Woo! It says, everyone that is proud is in heart and your mind, thinking you all that, is an abomination to the Most High. They ain't teaching that. The best ain't teaching that. I'm proud. I'm proud. That's all you hear. I'm proud. I'm proud. I'm proud. Yeah. You abomination to the Most High. It says, Don't hand join in hand. We shall overcome. Remember I was walking with the enemies and so forth. Don't hand join in hand. He shall not be unpunished. You can have join here with your proud if you want to. He said, he shall not be unpunished. Say, by mercy and truth, iniquity is purged. And by the fear of the Most High, men depart from evil. And you want to depart from evil. That's why when you look at, back to Proverbs 4 and 7. These are the things that you look at that people don't really have, but they think they have. You might think they have it from just being able to have a good memory or whatever. Proverbs 4 and 7, spiritually I'm talking about. It says, wisdom, which is proper application of knowledge, how do you apply this righteous information that you have gathered, or wicked information that you have gathered to know the left-hand side and the right-hand side. I'll say that. Wisdom is a principal thing. Therefore, get wisdom, whether it's on the right hand or the left hand. And with all that getting, get understanding. So once you get understanding, then you know what understanding is. When you know, I'll say when you know what understanding is, let me say that. You know, say with all that getting, get understanding. So it's very important because when you understand Job 28:28, what understanding will help you in a real way. In Job 28:28, and unto man he said, behold, the fear of the Most High. You keep hearing the fear of the Most High over and over and over again. The fear of the Most High, that is wisdom, you see. And to depart from evil is understanding. You know, to depart from evil is understanding. So remember what we just read. But I probably went over here. You probably forgot about what we read. To depart from evil is understanding. Now let's see this. Look at this. To depart from evil is understanding, right? So let's look at it. That's a spiritual way, right? Let's look at it in a carnal way. Proverbs 16:4. It say, the Most High have made all things for himself. Yeah, even the wicked for the day of evil, right? So if the wicked is operating in days of evil, because I mean, we're in the day of evil rounds, you know, we're in the days of evil right now, whether you realize it or not, because it has been here. It ain't just got here. Because when you look at First Maccabees, first chapter, it talks about when Alexander the Greek took over and took down the Persians, who are the Iranians, y'all. The Persians, they took down the Persians and Medes, who are the Iranians today, who they fighting right now, right? So they took them down before. So they had war with them before. The Edomites had war with the Persians, who are the Iranians now, y'all. So now look what it says. After Alexander took down the Persians and Medes, then he died at 32 years old, right? And he set up his 4 generals. And it tells you in First Maccabees 1:9, it says, and after his death, that's Alexander the Greek, they all put crowns upon themselves, meaning they had powers and authority over his empire. So that their sons after them, many years, right? So they pass it down, the powers and authority down to their sons once they pass. And says, this is what it says though, and evils were multiplied in the earth, right? So Proverbs 16:4 just said, the Most High have made all things for himself. Yeah, even the wicked for the day of evil. So now, when we understand what it said concerning understanding in Job 28:28, it says, and unto man he said, behold, the fear of the Most High, that is wisdom. And to depart from evil is understanding. So that's why he said, you know, look at it however you want to look at it. I'm just the messenger, bringing it to you as the Spirit brings it. And I ask the Most High to bring his Spirit to us so we can really understand what time it is. Look what it say. Isn't it interesting? In Isaiah 13 and 14, it said, and it shall be as a chased roe, gonna be like a chased deer, and as a sheep that no man taketh up, pertaining to Edomites. Because when you look at verse 1, it says the burden of Babylon, which Isaiah, the son of Amos, did see. Right? So, and it tells you also in Isaiah 47, that's why most I couldn't actually put it the way we could understand it today, or we probably wouldn't have the Bible. Straight up. Look what it say, Isaiah 47 and 1. Here go to Babylon right here. Come down and sit in the dust. That's the lowest state. O virgin daughter of Babylon, right? Sit on the ground. There is no throne, O daughter of the Chaldeans, but thou shalt no more be called tender and delicate. Right? So the virgin daughter of Babylon is who? Let's find out. Psalms 137 and verse 7 through 9 defines who this daughter of Babylon is. Remember, O Most High, the children of Edom in the day of Jerusalem, who said, raise it, even to the foundation thereof. So we're looking at who this Babylon is, right? Because Babylon is not talking about Iraq. It's talking about this new Babylon. Remember, it said, remember, almost out of the children of Edom in the day of Jerusalem, who said, raise it, even to the foundation thereof. So what did they do? First Ezra 4 and 45. This is what they did. First Ezra 4 and 45. Just give you an example, a history lesson. It says, and it's powerful because this is when you read the story right here, in context, the brother won, and there was a contest. They said, what's more powerful, the king or wine? And the third one said, that's one man said the king, another said wine, another one said women, and what's more powerful is the truth, right? And they spend more time talking about women than any of them, on the real, y'all. You can read it for yourself. But here we hear because David is prophesying what would happen in the future, because it didn't happen during David's. Better believe that. That sure didn't happen while he was living. He put all nations under subjection to himself, but he's prophesying about what happened to us when we were going to the Babylonian captivity. So this is what he said. Remember, O Most High, the children of Edom, in Psalms 137 and 7. In the day of Jerusalem, who said, raise it, even to the foundation thereof. Did what they did. And First Ezra 4:45 tells you what they did. It says, thou also hast vowed to build up the temple, because it's the brother that said women and the truth is more powerful than anything. So truth is first, then women is next. Ain't that something? Thou also hast vowed to build up the temple, which the Edomites burned when Judea was made desolate by the Chaldees. That's the Babylonians, when we went to captivity under 77 for 70 years under the Nebuchadnezzar. And all those that, ruled over us as we in captivity for 70 years under the Ethiopians, the Babylonians. So that's what he wanted. He wanted the temple to be built that was promised to be built when the Edomites burned down our temple, when it was made desolate by the Chaldees. Chaldees are the Ethiopians, Cushites, Babylonians of old, and that would be the land of Iraq today. It was in captivity under the Babylonians for 70 years. So now, what did they do? I mean, it's like, that's why the history is all in here. It's just that it's probably why they don't deal with the Old Testament, because you will find out too much. But are we going to rebuild it? Look what they did. Look, Obadiah. It's only 21 verses that the Most High gave pertaining to Edom, you know, because remember, they were made for the day of evil. Keep that in mind. So here they are, you know. Obadiah, the 10th verse, it says, for thy violence against thy brother Jacob. They are fraternal twin brother, evil brother. Remember, they made for the day of evil. For thy violence against thy brother Jacob, shame shall cover thee, and thou shalt be cut off forever. Thus say the Most High. In the day that thou stoodest on the other side, in the day that strangers carried away captive his forces, talk about the Babylonians now. We still looking at, remember, they burnt down our temple. And they always, you got to understand this. The whole objective is to keep us from our power, the Most High power of Abraham, who had a son named Isaac, who had a son named Jacob. That's the whole objective. Take it or leave it. That's the whole objective. To keep us from the Most High. Why you think he burnt the temple down? Why you think they burnt the temple down? Why you think they destroyed the temple in 70 AD? Why you think they have a doctrine that say we ain't under the law, but we under grace? Where do you think that come from? Who gave the law? The Most High. The Most High's law. So keep us from him. Look, in the day that thou stood up on the other side, verse 11, in the day that the strangers carried away captive his forces, that's the Babylonians, Nebuchadnezzar, Ethiopians, Cushites, Babylonians, and foreigners entered into his gates and cast lots upon Jerusalem, even thou was as one of them. That's why you read in 1 Ezra 4:45, they burnt down our temple. So we couldn't go back in the temple and honor the Most High, sacrifice for the atonement of our sins, none of that. Then you look at what Antiochus Epiphanes did when you're looking at the first Maccabees, 141 on down. What they do, they defiled our temple. Why? So we couldn't praise the Most High. You gotta understand this. All this, they ain't, the Most High said he show his word unto Jacob, his statutes and his judgments to Israel. He have not dealt so with any nation. As for his judgment and punishment for breaking his laws, they have not known them. Praise ye the Most High. Here it is right here. I said they was even as one of them. But thou should have not have looked on the day of thy brother, in the day that he became a stranger. Neither should thou have rejoiced over the children of Judah, the head tribe of the 12 tribes of Israel, in the day of their destruction. They was glad for this. It's written. Neither should thou have spoken proudly in the day of distress, boasting about us going into captivity. Thou should not have entered into the gate of my people in the day of their calamity. That you know that. Let me let you know, so just in case you don't know, you might not go up to the front part of the verses and see what he's talking about. Verse 1. The vision of Obadiah. Thus say the Most High power concerning Edom. Okay? So you know what he's talking about. This is what we're talking to. Verse 13 said, thou should not have entered into the gate of my people in the day of their calamity. Yeah, thou should not have looked on their affliction in the day of their calamity, nor have laid hands on their substance in the day of their calamity. Neither should thou have stood in the crossway. So they took everything that we had, everything they can get, they was taking it. Neither should I have stayed in this crossway to cut off those of his that did escape. So somebody getting away, they was like, hey, here go one over here, bunch of snitches. Or captured us, would allow them captured us to give us to the Babylonians. Neither should thou have delivered up those of his that did remain in the day of distress. That's what they did. They're going over there. They're going over there. Hating on us. For the day of the Most High is near. The day of YAHAWASHI is near upon all the heathen. As thou hast done, it shall be done unto thee. That's the future. It shall, that's the future, shall be done unto thee. Thy reward shall return upon thine own head. You see? Thus say the Most High. Period. Now let's go back to Psalms 50. Mosiah ain't finished talking to them yet. See what else he had to say. No, matter of fact, we supposed to be in um Psalms 137. We ain't finished that. Psalm 137. Y'all work with me. I got a lot of things going on here. Psalm 137 and 7. Remember, O Most High, the children of Edom in the day of Jerusalem, who said, raise it, even to the foundation thereof. So we went to First Ezra 4:45, where they burnt down our temple, right? So we couldn't go in there to sacrifice for the atonement of our sins and praise the Most High. Understand this. O daughter of Babylon, see? That's that Babylon right there. Who are they? Verse 7. Remember, O Most High, the children of Edom. Who are they? O daughter of Babylon. You see that? Who ought to be destroyed. We just read about it. Who ought to be destroyed. Happy shall it be that rewardeth thee as thou hast served us. They say, happy shall it be that taketh and dashes thy little ones against the stones. That happened to us. Come on. I mean, Nahum 3 and 10. Let's see if we can find that. Go to the book of Nahum 3 and 10. Nahum 3 and 10. Listen at this. Yet was she carried away. She went into captivity. Her young children also were dashed in pieces at the top of all the streets. Read to you again. Yet was she carried away. She went into captivity. Her young children also were dashed in pieces at the top of all the streets. And they cast lots for her honorable men. And all her great men were bound in chains. You see? But I'm here because you see they dashed our little ones. Our children also was dashed in pieces. Come on. Hosea 13 and 16. Hosea 13 and 16. Samaria shall become desolate. That's northern Israel, the northern tribes. For she hath rebelled against her power. She rebelled against the Most High. Remember, they made two calves. This who brought us out of Egypt. How disrespectful. She shall fall by the sword. Their infants shall be dashed in pieces. So you got to feel that like you feel for what's going to happen to Edomites' children. That's what, I mean, our children, the infants shall be dashed in pieces, and their women with child shall be ripped up. Wow. That happened to our women. I mean, even in slavery, captivity and bondage, they would circle the women up, and they pregnant. That's what they're, I mean, a pregnant woman just breeding. They bred the women just like you can't even imagine. Because that's more money. They said even if they got a Edomite to impregnate our women, they said they got more money for that baby. Once that baby came out, so that baby got more money for that. But they would circle them up. And they'll choose one. You don't know which one gonna be chosen. So what is that doing to that baby? It's bringing fear for that woman's heart, to that baby's heart. That baby's scared. She's scared, that baby trembling. Both of them trembling. Don't know which one they're gonna choose, and choose one of them and take them and hang them up by their feet and take a knife and cut that stomach open, and that baby fall on the ground and just stomp it to death in front of all the women. So what do you think that's doing? Putting scare tactics into it. Samaria, the northern tribes, shall become desolate, for she hath rebelled against her power. They shall fall by the sword. Their infants shall be dashed in pieces, and their women with child shall be ripped up. You see that? This happened. The Bible is real, y'all. And you got to understand, these are the things that you're looking at that happen that we can look at this and say, okay, I don't want it to happen no more. All we got to do is do what the Most High say do. And he said it's okay. I guess we're getting hot, getting heated up here. He was doing the same thing when my brother Sadiq was on earlier. Never done that before. That's a first for me. It happening like that. So now, going back to Psalms, the 50th chapter. Verse 18. Still talk about the wicked. Still talk about the Edomites. It says, when thou saw a thief, you're now consented with him, and has been partakers with adulterers. Hear that? When they saw a thief, they partaked with it. They came here and they stole the land just in the Western Hemisphere. And hey, they told their brothers and sisters, come on over. They got on the ships, standing up all the way from Europe and everywhere they came from, and came over here. They partakers with adulterers. Straight up. Thou givest thy mouth to evil. Thus say the Most High. They give their mouth to evil, and thou tongue frameth deceit. Come on. You tell you, and you can go a few chapters over, Psalms 58 and 3. The wicked, we define the wicked in Job 9:24, right? Some of you might have been here. The earth is given into the hand of the wicked. He covered the faces of the judges thereof, if not when, who is he? Come on. Didn't they cover the face of the judges? I mean, come on, this is a picture by Warner Solomon in 1940s. Millionaire, multi-millionaire for drawing this picture. 3D. They even got a 3D, you know what I mean? That's when he's a baby. And he's an adult right there. Come on, man. Look. I better recognize it says, the wicked are estranged from the womb. They go astray as soon as they be born, doing what? Speaking lies. See that? Let's get Wisdom of Solomon 10 and 13. So when you look at all the things that's going on, I mean, they're in order. We out of order. We out of order. Look, Wisdom of Solomon, the 10th chapter, verse 13 through 15. Look at this. In the Apocrypha, it says, when the righteous was sold, hear that? When the righteous was sold, the righteous are who? Those that keep the commandments of the Most High. She forsook him not. Wisdom didn't forsake us in the Bible, but delivered him from sin. How was the Bible delivered us from sin? Because we looking at the laws. We looking at the moral laws, the civil laws, the dietary laws, the ceremonial laws. And we reviewed the sacrificial laws, all 5 sets of laws that the Most High gave us. We just know that the MASHAYACH was the ultimate sacrifice for the children of Israel. Those that can receive it, those that can't, then hey, you against the Most High and the MASHAYACH. Because the Most High, the one that sent him, sent his only begotten son, right? So it says, when the righteous was sold, and we just read about us being sold into the Babylonian captivity. She forsook him not, but delivered him from sin by us keeping the commandments of the Most High. She went down with him into the pit, into slavery, captivity, and bondage. That's the pit, y'all. And left him not in bonds, freed us from the slavery of our minds and the slavery of shackles and chains, till she brought him the scepter, the powers and authority of the kingdom, knowing that we got next forever and ever and ever. That's why I tell you in 2nd Ezra 6 and 9, for Esau is the end of the world, and Jacob's beginning it that followeth, beginning of it that followeth. That's the kingdom. And power, spiritual power, against those that oppressed him. You see? That's why we're going to be saying, look, don't get it twisted. We're going to be saying, hey, Isaiah, go to Isaiah 14. We'll be saying this. Not necessarily me or you, or we don't know, because we can't make ourselves one of the number, but this is what's going to happen. And Isaiah 14 and 4, that thou shalt take up this proverb against the king of Babylon. See, that's America. And say, how has the oppressor ceased? Say, how have the oppressor ceased? The golden city ceased. America. The Most High have broken the staff of the wicked. See, still dealing with the same principles as we started with. We still here with Job 9:24. And the scepter of the rulers, the powers and authority, the scepter means the powers and authority of the rulers. He who smote the people in wrath with a continual stroke, non-stop. Continual stroke. He that ruled the nations in anger, come on, is persecuted and none hinder it, right? When they go down and say the whole earth is at rest and it's quiet, they break forth into singing, you see? Thus say the Most High. So going back to Wisdom of Solomon 10 and 14, and left him not in bonds till she bought him the scepter of the kingdom through this Bible, the word of the Most High, the wisdom of the Most High, and power against those that oppressed him. As for them that had accused him, she showed them to be liars. You see that? Through this Bible, we show them to be liars. But remember what it said in, unless you forgot, in Psalms 58 and 3, we showed them to be liars, right? I mean, it's in the Bible. We showed it in the Bible. Psalm 58 and 3. We showed them to be liars, right? Psalm 58 and 3. The wicked are estranged from the womb. They go astray as soon as they be born, doing what? Speaking lies, right? That's why we're here. So we showed them to be liars, right? So let's see what else. How else we can show them to be liars? Let's go to Revelations, the 12th chapter, and look at verse 3. And there appeared another wonder in heaven, and behold, a great red dragon, having 7 heads and 10 horns, and 7 crowns upon his heads, right? So this is a red dragon. You know, the Most High is awesome how, you know, he's given this revelation to John on the island of Patmos. And the only thing he can describe it as a red dragon, right? Having 7 heads and 10 horns, and 7 crowns upon his head. So the seven heads are the Greeks, the Romans, the Spanish, the French, the German, the Russian, the British, coming in consecutive order, right? The Greeks, the Romans, Spanish, the French, the Germans, the Russian, the British. Those 7 heads. Then you have the 10 horns, the 10 powers, which are the EEC, the European Economic Community, or the European Community, or NATO, that support the 7 heads. You understand? Britain and so forth. And the 7 crowns upon his heads are, as they came in this consecutive order, you know, they're the ones that's ruling the world, the Edomites, right? So when you jump to verse 9, it says, remember, because the wicked go astray as soon as they be born, doing what? Speaking lies. It says, and the great dragon, which is red, was cast out. That old serpent, so the old serpent has to be what? Red. Called the devil, so the devil has to be what? Red. And Satan, all these entities are the same. Red, which deceiveth the whole world. You see that? Remember, the wicked go astray as soon as they be born. What? They're estranged from the womb. As soon as they be born, they do what? They speak lies. Right? Paraphrases from what we just read in Psalm 58 and 3. Just showing you how they all go together. Which deceiveth the whole world. I mean, what do you see deceiveth me? They lied to the whole world. He was cast out into the earth, and his angels were cast out with him. Right? They're talking about no fight in heaven, none of that. That's crazy. That don't make no sense. Because Satan's still working for the Most High. Do some evil and see what the Most High do for you. Send Satan on you, boy. That's why we have to really look at this from perspective of what this Bible is saying, and not just coming with your own analysis of what's right from wrong. So you see this? You say the great dragon was cast out, that old serpent called the devil and Satan, which deceived, which lied to the whole world. He was cast out into the earth, and his angels were cast out with him, right? So now when you look at this, and you go back to Genesis 25:25, you're not going to find this nowhere else. I don't care what book you go to, you ain't going to find nothing of this nature, this understanding anywhere else, man. You can't match no book with the Bible. So Genesis 25:25 show you the birth of Esau, the so-called white man, forefather. And Jacob is our forefather. So Genesis 25:25, it says, and the first came out red. See that? All over like a hairy garment. And they called his name Esau. You see? That's the forefather of the so-called Caucasian race. But all of them, because they look, we're not talking about no color now. We talk about the spirit that is totally Esau. So you see how the Most High made them for the day of evil, and they deceived the whole world. Then you look at how they doing it on a high level, spiritually. Yeah, but understand. In Revelation 18:23, it says, the last sentence says, for by thy sorceries were all nations deceived. You see, by the high level of witchcrafts were all nations deceived. And they could do that through the pharmaceuticals, man. And that's real. I've seen people that can't take medicine. They take this pharmaceutical, man. They another person. Straight up, take them medicines and be totally out of their mind. Shoot, I've been there, man. For real, man. Only wasn't for I was real young, you know. But by thy sorceries were all nations deceived. You see? They got drugs out there, man, have you walking around like that what's that? What they call it? It's something that have them all bent over. They be bent over, just in one position. Can't move, just like, or they be bent all the way over and all that. Come on, man. By thy sorcery, witchcrafts, y'all, were all nations deceived. They were deceived through the things that they bringing about on this earth, man. Remember, they deceive the whole nation, everybody, the whole world. Through their sorceries. And it tell you in Isaiah. So you wonder, and you can see if you just go back and look at the story, That's being told. Make it mean something different. Isaiah 47. What's that said in verse 12? He says, stand now with thine enchantments. See? This dealing with all kind of sorcery and witchcraft. And with the multitude of thy sorceries. You see? Multitude of their sorceries, witchcrafts that they have. Sorceries, wherein thou hast labored from thy youth. This ain't nothing new. Remember nothing new under the sun? Here it is. They have labored from their youth because all the gods of the nations are what? Idols. Psalm 96 and 5. If so be thou be able to profit. If so be thou mayest prevail. Thou art weary in the multitude of thy counsels. Let now the astrologers, the stargazers, the monthly prognosticators stand up and save thee from these things that shall come upon thee. So let all your counselors, all your sorcerers, your astrologers, and your stargazers and monthly prognosticators, and your multitude of sorceries, save thee from the things that shall come upon thee. He's saying, behold, they shall be as stubble. That's like tumbleweeds. The fire shall burn them. They shall not deliver themselves from the power of the flame. There shall not be a coal to warm it, nor fire to sit before it. Thus shall they be unto thee with whom thou hast labored, even thy merchants from thy youth. They shall wander every one to his quarter. They're going back home. None shall save thee, it says. What do you say going to do? Verse 11. Therefore shall evil come upon thee. Thou shalt not know from whence it rises. They don't know where it's coming from. And mischief shall fall upon thee. Thou shalt not be able to put it off. And desolation shall come upon thee suddenly, which thou shalt not know. That's what the Most High is saying. And he's not a man who should lie. So look, he said, verse 8 said, therefore hear now this, thou that art given the pleasures, that dwelleth carelessly, that saith in thine heart, I am, and none else beside me. Who said this? Who said that? I am, and none else besides me. Right? That's why I asked y'all, Japanese do this? Chinese do this? Huh? Arabs do this? Persian, Medes do this? East Indians do this? Japhetic people did this? They said what? That said in their heart, said in their mind, I am and none else beside me. Huh? Who did it? Africans? Who? Cambodians, Eskimos? Who did it? That says in their heart, which is their mind, I am and none else beside me. I shall not sit as a widow, neither shall I know the loss of children, right? So look, they asked MASHAYACH YAHAWASHI something. Let's see if we can find some clarity here. Just to coincide that picture with them, painting themselves as I am, and none else beside me. So when I look at John, St. John, the 8th chapter, 53rd verse. And this is us. We can look at verse 52. Then said the Jews unto him, talking to MASHAYACH YAHAWASHI, now we know that thou hast a devil. They called him the devil. You think that's a lot of love? Calling him the devil? Now I know that you have a devil. Abraham is dead, and the prophets, and thou said, if a man keep my sayings, he shall never taste of death. Right? This is what they said. Art thou greater than our father Abraham, which is dead, and the prophets are dead? Who maketh thou thyself? Who you think you are? That's what they're saying. We will say today, who you think you are? So he told them who he was. In verse 58, he said, MASHAYACH said unto them, verily, verily, truly, truly, I say unto you, before Abraham was, I am. How about that? See, that's a mystery that people are trying to look at that and say, oh, that's the little I am. That's what I was, no, that's I am. He said, before Abraham was, I am. Because when you understand that we are MASHAYACH, which is a mystery. That's why it says in 1 Corinthians 3:23, and ye are MASHAYACH. We are the anointed. We the children of Israel. We are the Messiahs. And a MASHAYACH is the Most High. That's why he said in St. John 14:6, he said, I am the way to show you how to follow the truth. That's the laws and commandments of the Most High. That's going to lead to everlasting life. He said, no man cometh to the Father but by me. That's nothing new. Remember, there's nothing new under the sun. He's saying that when they only had what to go by? The law and the prophets. But if you can't think like that, you got this Christmas Saturday mindset still, as they taught, New Testament, but they never read anything from the New Testament when he walked the earth. Or prove me wrong. Show me where he read anything from the New Testament when he walked the earth. You can't, because all he had was the law and the prophets. When he went into the synagogue, what did he read from? What did he quote? The law and the prophets. That's it. That's all they had. That's why, look, even when he ascended to the right-hand side of the Most High, I can't bring it out enough. Acts 13, I think it's Acts 13:15. Let me see. What they read from, yeah, Acts 13:15. And after the reading of the law and the prophets, see, that's the Old Testament, because that's all they had to go by. The rulers of the synagogue sent unto them, saying, ye men and brethren, if ye have any word of exhortation for the people, say on. Then Paul, the one that they always try and exalt above a MASHAYACH, especially Gentiles. Then Paul stood up and beckoning with his hand said, men of Israel, and ye that fear the Most High, give unto you. See? There it is, man. They read from the law and the prophets. That's all they had to go by. That's why, Brother Sadiq was dealing with a lesson earlier about when, they started dealing with, putting this Bible together. He didn't get there because they cut it off, but in the Council of Nicaea in 325 AD, you see what I'm saying? Under wicked Constantine, changed the Sabbath day from this day to tomorrow, the first day. Look at the calendar, man. You can look and you see the first day is tomorrow. The seventh day is today. So you see what he said? He said, MASHAYACH said to them, say, who do you think you are? He told them in St. John 8:58. MASHAYACH said to them, verily, verily, truly, truly, I said to you, before Abraham was, I am. Then what they do? Then took they up stones to cast at him. They want to try to kill him. But MASHAYACH hid himself and went out of the temple, going through the midst of them, and so passed by. You had to get away from crazy Israelites, man. Want to put them to death. So now, that's real. And that's him back here in Exodus, the 3rd chapter. Since we know that we MASHAYACH, remember there's nothing new under the sun. When you look at Exodus 3rd chapter, now Moses kept the flock of Jethro, verse 1, his father-in-law, the priest of Midian, and he led the flock to the backside of the desert and came to the mountain of the Most High, even to Horeb, Mountain Horeb. And the angel of the Most High appeared unto him in a flame of fire out of the midst of a bush, right? So when you understand that, go to Psalms 104. Hold that. We're going to go to Psalm 104 and 4. Psalm 104 and 4. Who maketh his angels spirits. His ministers are flaming fire. So we understand that the angels are the ministers. What do a minister do? They bring forth what? The word of the Most High, supposedly. Well, the angels are the ultimate ministers. They don't make mistakes. So now when you see the flaming fire, when you see in the flaming bush, flaming fire, this is what that fire is. In Jeremiah 23:29, is not my word like as a fire, said the Most High, and like a hammer that breaketh the rock in pieces. Hip talk, you see? So when you look at the angels or this angel that's here, remember MASHAYACH said, they said, who you think you are? And what did he say? Before Abraham was, I am, right? So here it is. You see in verse 2 of Exodus 3rd chapter, said, and the angel of the Most High appeared unto him in a flame of fire. What's that? Bringing the word of the Most High out of the midst of a bush. And he looked, and behold, the bush burned with fire, and the burnt bush was not consumed, because it is who it is right here dealing with Moses and not directly the Most High, because he always have angels deal with us. So now he said in Exodus 3:13, and Moses said unto God, which is power, behold, when I come unto the children of Israel, and shall say unto them, the power of your fathers have sent me unto you, and they shall say to me, what is his name? What shall I say unto them? And the Elohim said unto Moses, I am that I am. And he said, thus shalt thou say unto the children of Israel, I am have sent me unto you. So who are we? Who do Paul y'all believe in? Who do he say we are as Israelites? Ye are MASHAYACH. We are the anointed, right? And MASHAYACH is the Most High. Remember, we say, no man come to the Father but by him. That's why even David said in Psalms 110:1, the Most High said unto my power, who is MASHAYACH YAHAWASHI, sit thee on my right hand until I make thine enemies thy footstool. He went back to the right hand side of the Most High where he came from. He's sitting there until he make the Most High make MASHAYACH YAHAWASHI's enemies his footstool. You understand? So David knew who his power was, a MASHAYACH. To get to the Most High, say, no man come to the Father but by me. There is no New Testament. They only had the law and the prophets. He had to justify what it is that David is saying right there and all the rest of them. That's, look, come on. Don't take a rocket science to figure this out, but it's kind of like a mystery, because it's spiritual, and I don't think a lot of people really see it. Okay, let's see. Let's go to the prophets. Every last prophet. 1 Peter 1:10. Every last prophet. It said what? Of which salvation, power and authority of salvation, the prophets have inquired and searched diligently, who prophesy of the grace which is getting something you don't deserve to get, that should come unto you. What we dealing with? Searching what? Or what manner of time the spirit of a MASHAYACH, searching what? Or what manner of time the spirit of a MASHAYACH, searching diligently, who prophesied of the grace that should come unto you, searching what or what manner of time the spirit of a MASHAYACH, which was in them. Now, how the spirit of a MASHAYACH YAHAWASHI was in them if they not MASHAYACH him? Explain that one. If they didn't realize what Paul was saying right there, and ye are MASHAYACH him, and MASHAYACH is the Most High. He said, no man come to the Father but by him. Talk to me. I got all this to talk about. It's a mystery. He said the spirit of a MASHAYACH, which was in them, the prophets, signified, searching what or what manner of time the spirit of a MASHAYACH, which was in them, that's the prophets, all the prophets, did signify when it testified beforehand the sufferings of a MASHAYACH and the glory that should follow. That happened, you see? But it's spiritual. That's why he identified himself, since the children of Israel have to know that This he the path to the Most High. King David, even you that don't believe in the New Testament, King David said, the Most High said, it's my power. Sit thee on my right hand till I make thine enemies thy footstool. He ain't talking about himself. He talking about a MASHAYACH YAHAWASHI. But y'all won't see it because it's spiritual. It ain't for everybody to see. But he said what? Exodus 3:14. And the Most High said unto Moses, I am that I am. And he said, thus shalt thou say unto the children of Israel, I am have sent me unto you. That's what MASHAYACH YAHAWASHI. He just said before Abraham was, I am. He letting them know he was the angel dealing with, Moses, right? And he said, and the Most High said, moreover unto Moses, thus shalt thou say unto the children of Israel, the power of your fathers, the power of Abraham, this is the Most High, the power of Abraham, the power of Isaac, and the power of Jacob have sent me unto you. This is my name forever, and this is my memorial unto all generations. That's the Most High right there. He the power of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. That's his name forever, the memorial to all generations. He identified himself as the power of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. Verse 14, MASHAYACH identified himself because we are MASHAYACHim. We are the anointeds. We are the Messiahs. And he is the Most Highs. Come on, man. Y'all better understand. That's why I say when I go to the fear of the Most High and what we've done to offend him, when I went to Hosea 5:15, man, he said, I'm going to go to my place until we acknowledge our offense. We think we directly dealing with what the Most High, when he, look, y'all better, y'all ain't recognize it, man. How we offended the Most High and still offended him. He ain't even thought about. Y'all ain't concerned about the Most High. Who talking about him? Send me some videos just talking about him only. The Most High, the Most High, the Most High, the Most High, the Most High. Oh, Yahweh, Yahweh, Yahweh. Power of Abraham, Isaac, Jacob. Power of Abraham, Isaac, Jacob. Power of Abraham, Isaac, Jacob. Y'all talking about APTTMH, man. All praises. Come on, y'all got to look at this, man. This is serious as serious can be. You can't get no clearer than this, man. I mean, look. You see it, look, let me show you. Go to 1 Corinthians. It tell you point blank. The 10th chapter. It tell you point blank. Point blank. 1 Corinthians 10th chapter. Paul tells you. Y'all believe in Paul? It says, 1 Corinthians 10:1. Moreover, brethren, I would not have you to be ignorant. Don't be in darkness. Don't be ignorant. Not knowing how that all our fathers, talking about our forefathers, were under the cloud and all passed through the sea, right? And we came through the Red Sea on dry ground, and we had that cloud. That was a chariot. When you go back to Psalms 104:3, defines what that cloud is anytime you see the clouds. Psalm 104:3. Who layeth the beams of his chambers in the waters, who maketh the clouds his chariots. See, we call them IFOs, identified flying objects. They call them UFOs. They got some other name for them, some kind of phenomenal something. But don't quote me on that. But I know we call them IFOs, identified flying objects. They used to call them UFOs, unidentified flying objects, right? Who maketh his clouds his chariots. See, who walketh upon the wings of the wind. So when you see cloud, is talking about the chariots, or what we call flying saucers, UFOs, whatever that they call them. We call them IFOs. So it says in 1 Corinthians 10:1, moreover, brethren, I would not have you to be ignorant, how that all our fathers were under the cloud, that's a chariot, the IFO, and all passed through the sea, right? And were all baptized into Moses in the cloud and in the sea. You see? And did all eat the same spiritual meat. We was being taught the same spiritual food. Did all drink the same spiritual drink. We always dealing with the same spiritual drink. For they drank of that spiritual rock. We way back in the time of Moses. For they drank of that spiritual rock that followed them, and that rock was a Mashiach. So you got to find them there. You got to find them there. It said that spiritual rock was a Mashiach. Okay? So now, that's why he told us in Luke 24:44, he said, look, and he said unto them, these are the words which I spake unto you while I was yet with you. Luke 24:44. Said, these are the words that I spake unto you while I was yet with you, that all things must be fulfilled, which were written where? In the law of Moses, and in the prophets, and in the Psalms concerning me. You see that? It's written about him in the law of Moses and in the prophets. Remember, the prophets have what in them? The spirit of a Mashiach. We read that in 1 Peter's the first chapter 10 and 11. It says all things must be fulfilled, which were written in the law of Moses. That's where we was at. Exodus 3:50, Exodus 3rd chapter. And then the prophets, right? That from Joshua all the way through the Apocrypha, all the way to Malachi. And in the Psalms that David wrote concerning me. And I quoted Psalms 110 and 1. The Most High said unto my power, who is a Mashiach YAHAWASHI, sit thee on my right hand until I make thine enemies thy footstool. So that's where he's at. He's on the right hand side of the Most High. When you see right hand, that's a Mashiach YAHAWASHI. You see it in the Bible, say, my right hand, that's a Mashiach YAHAWASHI. All day, all night. Come on. Then open he their understanding that they might understand the scriptures. That's why I tell you in Hebrews, 10 and 7. Hebrews 10 and 7. Then said I, lo, I come in the volume of the book. It is written of me. Ain't talking about the New Testament. I come in the volume of the book. It is written of me to do thy will, O Most High. It say above when he says sacrifice and offerings and burnt offerings and offerings for sin, thou wouldest not, because Most High wants us to be obedient. Neither has pleasure therein, because he wants us to be obedient, which are offered by the law. You see? And what is he quoting from? He's quoting from what it is that was already said. Just reminding us. That's why you got to know from the old to the new to the old, back and forth. He ain't quoting nothing new. This is all already written. Psalms 40 and 7. 45, let me see, let me get it. I'm going to not say it. Salakia. Psalms 40 and 7. Psalm 40 and 7. Then said I, lo, I come in the volume of the book. See that? It is written of me. I delight to do thy will, O my power. Yeah, thy law is within my heart. You hear, that's very important. The Most High's law is within his mind. You see? So this is what we're looking at. Just quoting what it is that's already written concerning them. David had the spirit of a Mashiach YAHAWASHI. Come on. Going back to Psalms 50. And verse 18. Say, when thou sawest a thief, then thou consented with him, and hast been partakers with adulterers. Thou gettest thy mouth to evil, and thy tongue frameth deceit. That's what we left out. That's why I said, and evils multiplied when they came on the earth, when they came into power, I might say, and started to rule the earth. We read that in 1 Maccabees 1 and 9. It say thy tongue frameth deceit. That's why we went through all the scriptures showing that how they liars. Matter of fact, look at this. Got one more. Job 4. What is it? Job 17 and 4. See, that's it. Job 17 and 4. No. Let me try 13. Yeah, Job 13 and 4. Salakia. I'm gonna go back to 17 and 4. That look pretty good too. Job 13 and 4. It says, but ye are forgers of lies. See? Ye are forgers of lies. Yeah. Ye are physicians of no value. That's what he's telling you. That's why they're using their pharmaceuticals to be able to bring forth all their sorceries and stuff, witchcraft and so forth. See what he say? But yeah, forters of lies, yeah, all physicians of no value. Let me go back to what the Spirit called out in Job 17:4. For thou hast hid their heart from understanding. Hear that? For thou hast hid their heart, their mind from understanding. Therefore shalt thou not exalt them. Thou hast hid thy heart from understanding. Remember what it said in Job 28:28? They hid their heart, their mind. The heart is the mind from understanding. So Job 28:28 says, and unto man he said, behold, the fear of the Most High, to be scared, to be afraid of the Most High, that is wisdom. And wisdom is the proper application of knowledge. And to depart from evil is understanding. So they ain't departing from evil. Letting you know, they ain't departing from evil. What it say? I love it. Because I called it out, what's wrong. Scripture that I wanted, but it's still in the spirit. Because it's saying what? Job 17:4. For thou hast hid their heart, but thou hast hid their heart from understanding. See? Most High have hid their heart from departing from evil, right? He hid their mind from departing from evil, which is understanding. Therefore shalt thou not exalt them. Come on. Most High ain't exalting them. They can pump themselves up all they want to, but Most High is not exalting them. That's why when you look at Job 18 and verse 14, it says, his confidence shall be rooted out of his tabernacle, and it shall bring him to who? The king of terrors. He gonna be rooted out of his tabernacle. He ain't gonna rule forever. Every nation only had a certain dispensation of time to rule. It says in verse 11, say, terror shall make him afraid on every side and shall drive him to his feet. Verse 14, his confidence shall be rooted out of his tabernacle and shall bring him to the king of terrors. It shall dwell in his tabernacle because it is none of his. Brimstone shall be scattered upon his habitation. That's where he living at. His roots, foundation, lineage shall be dried up beneath. So if your roots are dried up beneath the ground and above, shall his branches be cut off. If your root is dried up from beneath, whatever growing from was planted, that's why I say, and above shall his branch be cut off, gonna be cut off. His remembrance shall perish from the earth. Ain't gonna be no remembering of them. And he shall have no name in the street. It said he shall be driven from light into darkness. That's what the Most High told him in Isaiah 47. He said, keep these silent. Verse 5, what did he say? What did he say? He shall be driven from light into darkness and chased out of the world. Come on, you can't get no clearer than that. Isaiah 47. So MASHAYACH bringing the light, and he bringing it through us in these last days before he bring that ultimate light of the Most High and teaching us for 1,000 years. Isaiah 47:5, it says, sit thou silent, talking to, like we went over here, daughter of Babylon. We read that and defined that in Psalm 137:8-10. So now it says, sit thou silent, be quiet, shut up, and get thee in the darkness. See, that's them. Ignorance, not knowing. O daughter of the Chaldees, for thou shalt no more be called the Lady of Kingdoms, right? So he told them to get into ignorance, not knowing. So when they took the people, he told them to set up and get to the darkness. They took the people where? Psalm 60:2. For behold, the darkness shall cover the earth. Right? That's ignorance, not knowing. Dumbing everybody down. And gross darkness, the people. Here, gross ignorance, the people. That's why people don't know who they are. Especially our people, man. We the Israelites, man. He really did a job on us. But they had us in slavery. We couldn't read. We couldn't write. We couldn't do the things that only thing we had was oral, passing it down to each other. That's all we had. But the Most High have his hand in it. Remember, we just read about, and we got to go back to how the Most High didn't leave us in bonds. And that's our minds first and foremost. It was passed down. That's why I say, that's why we have it now. I say, but behold, the darkness shall cover the earth, and gross darkness the people. But the Most High shall rise upon thee, and his glory shall be seen upon thee. You see? So when they went into darkness, they put the people in gross ignorance. Gross ignorance. That's why people don't know what they don't know the left from the right, man. They don't know what they're going or coming. They, look, back to Wisdom of Solomon 10 and 13. They say, when the righteous was sold, she forsook him not. So we didn't lose everything. Even though we couldn't read, we didn't lose everything, I'll say, but delivered him from sin. Delivered us from sin, breaking the Most High's commandments. We learned these laws all over again. Like we had to start, you come into this truth, you got to learn the laws. You can read from Genesis to Deuteronomy. If you don't know, you can ask. Understand this. When the righteous was sold, we the righteous, the children of Israel. She forsook him not, but delivered him from sin. She went down with him into the pit. You went down with us into slavery, captivity, and bondage, and left him not in bonds, till she brought him the scepter of the kingdom. You know that? That's why we got next forever. Esau's the end of the world. Jacob's beginning of that following. 2 Ezra 6 and 9. And power against those that oppressed him. Hear that? That's spiritual power against those that oppressed us. As for them that had accused him, she showed them to be liars. That's why we went to all the scriptures showing that they are liars from the womb, and gave him perpetual glory. You hear that? To deliver the righteous people, who are the children of Israel, that remnant, and blameless seed from the nation that oppressed them. That's coming, y'all. That's coming. That's beautiful. That's why even when the Mashiach was on the earth, look, St. John, the 1st chapter, even when he was on the earth, he had to deal with this. But remember, he's in the Roman Empire. He's not in the Greek Empire. He's in the Roman Empire. What was said? St. John, the 1st chapter. Remember, he told Esau to get there in the darkness. Right? Shut up. He told him, shut up, be quiet, and get there in the darkness. Ignorance, not knowing. And they went into that when they was riding through the Caucasus Mountains in 193 AD by a Roman gladiator, Israelite, wicked Israelite by the name of Septimius Severus. Because he wasn't down with us. He wasn't for us. So remember, you got to remember, when you put everything together, when you look at Satan showed the MASHAYACH, all the kingdoms of the world, and say, all could be thine if you do what? Bow down and worship me. So anybody ruling these kingdoms ain't rolling with the Most High power of Abraham, Isaac, Jacob. You don't hear that? You hear that? I want to thank God they ain't talking about the Most High power of Abraham, Isaac, Jacob. Most people not talking about him. Why they're using that word is like anybody's idol. Straight up. Y'all saying all praises, y'all open it up for them to say all praises to this idol, that God, this God, that God, whatever. You know. But they ain't acknowledging the power of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. Jacob is the forefather of the 12 tribes of Israel. Judah, Benjamin, Levi, Simeon, Zebulun, Ephraim, Manasseh, Gad, Reuben, Naphtali, Asher, and Issachar. I don't even hear y'all naming the tribes, man. How are we a nation? You can't even name the tribes, man. We ain't no community. We ain't no organization. We ain't no group. We ain't none of that. We 12 tribes of Israel that make up one nation, period. Y'all need to know, you talking about you an Israelite, you need to be talking about at least naming the tribes. That's who we are. That's why we're not identified as a nation, man. Because if you're not under one of those 12 tribes of Israel, the Most High is not your power. It's tell you, look, straight up, real quick. Luke 168. Don't take a rocket science to figure this one out. Look who the Most High say you the power of. Luke 168. Blessed be the Most High power of Israel. Came no clearer than that. Blessed be the Most High power of Israel. For he hath visited and redeemed his people who are the Israelites. But I'm here because he say, blessed be the most high power of Israel. That's what the power of this Bible is. He the power of Israel. John 1, when the Mashiach came on earth, what did it say? John 1 and 4. In him, Mashiach Yahawashi was life. That's why I say I'm the way to show you how to follow the truth, which is the laws of the Most High in John 14 and 6. That's going to lead to everlasting life. In him was light. And the light was the light of men, right? And the light shined up in darkness. What rulership was he in? The Romans. They're the ones that killed him. They're the ones that nailed him on the tree. His hands and his feet on the tree. The so-called white man killed on Mashiach Yahawashi. So they say the Most High is the Mashiach Yahawashi. So I asked him, so the Most High was killed by the white man? Yes. What? Come on. I gotta think. If Mashiach Yahawashi is the Most High, then you're gonna tell me that the so-called white man, the Romans, killed the Most High. See how ignorant that is? That's why I call it crisp insanity. Crisp insanity. All these religions, crisp insanity. If y'all don't repent and really fear the Most High and come back to his rules and regulations, his laws, statutes, commandments, moral laws, civil laws, dietary laws, ceremonial laws, that's what you're going to be judged on. You're going to be crispy, man. You're going to burn you up. That's what this Bible talking about. Y'all know he's coming with fire. A lot of y'all don't know nothing about no hellfire preaching, man. You better understand. That's what I see all the time. You know? Because we offended him and still offended him. Look, that's what my show says. And the light shined up in darkness, and the darkness comprehended not. You hear that? He put the people in gross darkness. So hey, it says the light, he's that light, and the commandments, the laws of the Most High is the light. Let's get that. Proverbs 6:23. So you understand, because that's why I said you can understand through these precepts. But if you don't know them, then you can write them down, or I'm recording something, it's gonna be live. You can go back over it and as many times you need to be able to get this, man. Proverbs 6:23. Just that light. For the commandment is a lamp, and the law is light. You see? The law that the Most High wrote with his finger is light. And reproofs of instruction are the way of life. So, I'm telling you, he's in the Roman Empire. What is he saying? St. John, the 1st chapter, verse 5. The light shine up in darkness. Hear that? The laws of the Most High shine up in dark, and the darkness comprehended not. Remember, but the people in gross darkness in Isaiah 60 and 2. Gross ignorance. Our people are in gross ignorance. That's why I tell you how we in gross ignorance concerning the Most High. Mashiach Yahawashi. It's Hosea 4 and 6. My people, who are the 12 tribes of Israel, when y'all know how to define my people? Somebody type it in the text. How do you define my people? Because I go here all the time. That's why I say we identifying these phrases and these words by the Bible. Come on, man. How do you define my people? How do you define my people? Because it say my people there. So I'll be working. I want y'all to work some, put some time in this work. How do you define my people? Huh? How do you define my people? What scripture? I know y'all ain't doing me like a regular preacher, man. I'll bring a precepts. I want y'all to be able to know this, man. That's why I'm spending this time to go over it. So you'll know. How you define my people? Anyone? Huh? Okay. All right, let me see if that's right. Okay. Foundation of righteousness. Okay, we got 2. Let's see. Matthew 2 and 6. The water. At least participating with me. Okay. And thou Bethlehem in the land of Judah are not the least among the princes of Judah, for out of thee shall come a governor that shall rule my people Israel. Great. Okay. Now, very good. Okay, now let's see. Exodus 3 and 10. Okay. See if somebody listening around here. Exodus 3 and 10. Come now, therefore, and I will send thee unto Pharaoh, that thou mayest bring forth my people, the children of Israel. Okay. Out of Egypt. Okay. Very good. Very good. All right. Yeah, that's right. That's what I'm talking about. Okay. Hosea 4 and 6. My people, who we just proved was the children of Israel out of Zion Chi-Town. Okay, you got one. What's that? Baruch 3:36. Now I think that's for beloved. I think that's beloved. Let me see. That's we go there for beloved. Let's see. He have found out all the way of knowledge and have given it unto Jacob his servant. So Jacob his servant, that defines his servant, and to Israel his beloved. That's when you see beloved, you go here, or you can go here for the servant. Jacob his servant, and you see Israel his beloved. You see beloved, that's for if you see beloved, then you go there to define beloved. Okay. So going back to Hosea 4 and 6, or Jacob my servant, his servant. You can use servant, or you can go there for beloved, because it's saying that. So now Hosea 4 and 6, it say, my people who are the children of Israel are destroyed for lack of knowledge, right? Because thou hast rejected knowledge, I will also reject thee. And see, this knowledge that's coming out. Knowledge is what? The proper application, the gathering of the proper information, the right information, right? Or whether on the right side or the left side. My people are destroyed for lack of knowledge, because thou hast rejected knowledge and also the fear of the Most High. Remember what we read in Proverbs 1 and 7? Go back to Proverbs 1 and 7. Proverbs 1 and 7. The fear of the Most High is the beginning of knowledge, see? To be afraid, to be scared of the Most High is the beginning of knowledge. But fools despise wisdom and instruction. So that's why, going back to Hosea 4 and 6, my people are destroyed for lack of knowledge. Because thou hast rejected knowledge, being a fool, I will also reject thee, fool. Is that what we just read? That thou shalt be no priest to me. We're not going to be no priest to him. Why? Seeing thou hast forgotten the law of thy power. No, the preacher sees that we not under the law. I just did a whole series on, does grace give you a license to sin? Can you sin because you're under grace? I hear people talking about it. Yeah, I was just dealing with some Edomite just going back and forth with me about, YAHAWASHI nailed all the sins you could do to the cross when he was hung on a tree. It had nothing to do with them. Point blank. But everybody want to grab our book and say it's part of their structure of life. No. They're supposed to be learning what we're teaching. Not us learning what they have been programmed to indoctrinate us with, because the first thing they want to say is, we're not under the law, but we're under grace. But what does it say here? Saying thou hast forgotten the law of thy power. Your is a personal possessive pronoun showing ownership. I will also forget thy children. That's why they children and our children and us ourselves, you know, being growing up, not knowing the law of the Most High. Did you? I didn't. This is what it say. As they were increased, we were increased in number as a nation, so they sinned against me. See? And we were increased as a nation, we sinned against the Most High. We broke the Most High's laws, statutes, and commandments. Therefore will I change their glory into shame. And our glory is our woman, man. He changed our glory into shame, man. For real. Going back to Psalms 50. I'm going to get through this. So I'm going to go through some other things. I'm going to trying to get through this for a minute. Okay, Psalms 50 and 19. Thou givest thy mouth to evil, and thy tongue frameth deceit. They're liars, man. And they mouth dealing with bringing forth evil deeds, man. Thou sittest and speakest against thy brother. Come on. We went back. Let's go back to Genesis 25. Some of you might not know. This is the birth of Esau and Jacob. So thou sittest and speakest against thy brother, right? Genesis 25 and 26. Genesis 25 and 26. And the first came out red, all over like a hairy garment, and they called his name Esau, right? But he came out red, just like the dragon's red, the serpent's red, the devil's red, the beast red, and Satan red, and Esau red, and Edomite's red, which means red. Verse 26, and after that came his brother out, and his hand took hold on Esau's heel. They was fighting in the womb. And his name was called Jacob. You know, they didn't describe Jacob because he was normal with regular pigments and melanin. And Isaac was 60 years old when she bare them. That's 60 years old. The score is 20 years old. He was 60 years old when he bare them. So now, looking at what it says here in Psalm 50 and 20, thou sittest and speakest against thy brother. Talking about Esau speaking against Jacob. Thou slandereth thine own mother's son. Slandereth us as the children of Israel. Dude, I just got slandered this morning, man. When I woke up, met a AI using my slave name and got me hooked up with this Edomite that went to prison for 17 years and have my pictures right there on Facebook. Like it's me. Not even me. Slander of their own mother's son. These things have thou done, and I kept silent. Most I say, he kept silent. So I see what you did. I kept silent. I ain't say nothing. Thou thought that I was altogether such as one as thyself. Can't deny that. Y'all thought that I was just like yourself, putting this fraudulent lie out. But I will reprove thee and set them in order before thine eyes. You hear that? We being set in order right in front of them. He's saying reprove them, though. That's the judgment. That's why I say, look, I mean, it's all here. It's just a matter of just because we don't know or people don't know don't mean it ain't here in the Bible. He said, go to Lamentation 4, the 4th chapter, verse 22. Look, he said, the punishment of thine iniquity is accomplished, O daughter of Zion. That's talking about us. We the Israelites. Point blank, without a shadow of doubt, we the daughters of Zion. I want to tell you who Zion. Isaiah 51 and 16. He said the punishment of our iniquity, of us breaking the Most High's commandment, is accomplished, O daughter of Zion. Who's Zion? Isaiah 51:16. And I have put my words in thy mouth, and I have covered thee in the shadow of mine hand, that I may plant the heavens and lay the foundation of the earth, and say unto Zion, thou art my people. Now we ain't got to go over my people again, do we? I mean, we got the two scriptures, Matthew 2:6 and Exodus 3:10. Said, my people Israel. Okay, write that down. So you know Zion is right here, defined right here, Isaiah 51:16. So when you see this, it's either talking about the land Zion or it's talking about the people, us, the children of Israel, right? So now when you go back to Lamentation 4:22, they say the punishment of thine iniquity is accomplished, O daughter of Zion, O 12 tribes of Israel. He will no more carry thee away into captivity. So when you see Deuteronomy 28:68, defining us who we are, say the Most High gonna send thee into Egypt, which means captivity, slavery, and bondage, again another time with ships. By the way where I speaking to thee, thou shalt see it no more again. As a nation, we have seen our homeland of Israel again. And there when we go on this ship, you shall be sold into your enemies. It was from off this Western hemisphere, going all the way over to Europe, and sold to the enemies over there. From Europe all the way to Africa, sold to the enemies there, all the way to here to America again, sold to enemies here. Straight up, he say, there you should be sold to your enemies for what? For bondmen and bondwomen, slave men and slave women, and no man shall buy you. No man going to redeem us from the condition that we put ourselves in for breaking the Most High's commandments. We're the ones that's in captivity because of what we did. He said what you're going to do to us. Did we care? No. We tried the Most High. That's why it's too late to try him now, else you're going to be thrown in the lake of fire, point blank. This is our last chance. That's why I say the punishment of thine iniquity is accomplished, O daughter of Zion. He will no more carry thee away into captivity. He gonna throw our butts in the lake of fire. We ain't going to captivity no more. You got an opportunity to not go into the lake of fire and go into the kingdom and rule forever and ever and ever and ever and ever. He said, I will no more carry thee away into captivity. Well, I just quoted for you, Deuteronomy 28:68. Us going into captivity, slavery, bound on them ships. That's the last time we go into captivity. He said, hey, he will visit thine iniquity. He's going to visit the iniquity, the wickedness, the evil, the sins, O daughter of Edom. Because Edom is going to be ruling the world in the last days. Edom is the one that published the Bibles. Who else? Edom is the one that put their pictures in the Bible. Say they the people of, they the most high. They are MASHAYACH. They're the 12 tribes of Israel. And can't name 12 tribes. I ain't found one that can name 12 tribes yet. And you Israelites better learn your nation. Judah, Benjamin, Levi, Simeon, Zebulun, Ephraim, Manasseh, Gad, Reuben, Naphtali, Asher, and Issachar. What's wrong with, I mean, you need to, man. What MASHAYACH says, come back and say, hey, what's your nation? And you got Judah, Benjamin, Levi, Zebulun. Follow that man. You don't even know your nation. Man, in the spirit, I'll be thinking about things, man, like ahead of time. And look what he said. He said, he gonna carry us away into captivity. No boy, he said, he will visit thine iniquity, O daughter of Edom. He will discover thy sins. Hear that? I mean, that's why we read it over there. He said, look, y'all better understand. If you don't, you're gonna know. He said, hey, they're gonna be cut off forever. You're gonna discover their sins, man. That's why I said, hey, go back to Isaiah 51. He said, hey, therefore hear now this, verse 21. Thou afflicted. He said, in our affliction, we're going to seek your melody. So we're afflicted and drunken, but not with wine, staggering this way, staggering that way, believing this philosophy, this lie, that lie, whatever. Thus said the Most High power, and thy power, your power, that pleadeth the cause of his people. Behold, I have taken out of thine hand the cup of trembling. And we just said that our punishment is accomplished. He said, I've taken out of your hand the cup of trembling, even the drag of the cup of my fury. Thou shalt no more drink it again. That sound great? It's over. He said, we ain't gonna drink it no more again. What he gonna do? But I will put it into the hand of them that afflict thee. That's judgment right there. He said, gonna put it in the hand of they that afflict us, which have said to thy soul, what they say to our bodies, bow down, that we may go over. And thou hast laid thy body as the ground and as the street to them that went over, man. And that happened, man. You think about this. You know, I remember I was teaching, and this elderly man, he started crying. When he seen the pictures of slavery and he seen the things of, you know, we have of the things that happened to us. And this lady was trying to pull him away. Said, get away from me, leave me alone. I'm trying to talk to these brothers. And I said, what's wrong? He said, man, he said, this reminds me of my dad. He said, my dad died a boy. He said they would go to church on the first day. That's all they knew. And say, we're walking down the sidewalk. And he said, got their best clothes on, the best they had. Sharp for them, for the, you know, for the monies that they had and everything. And he said, a white man and this woman would make sure that they stopped right in front of a big mud puddle. He said they would have to get off the sidewalk and go into that mud puddle. And he would call his daddy a boy, talk to him like a boy. And they standing in the mud with their best clothes on. You got hit it again. I didn't get a chance to add you to it. Come on, the stage. Yeah, he said they would have to go off the sidewalk and stand in the mud puddle. Stand in the mud puddle. Got their best on. So they had to stand in the mud puddle as he talked to him and called his dad a boy. So he died being a boy. And he seen all that, reminded him of the things that they did to us. That's why I say, man, it said, I said, Isaiah 52 and 23 says, 51 and 23, Salakia, but I will put it into the hand of them that afflict thee, cup of fury, that we ain't have to drink no more. Which have said to thy soul, bow down, that we may go over. And thou hast laid thy body as the ground and as a street, that them that went over. Sometimes they said they had to lay down and they walk over, they lay down, and then they walked over our bodies, man, as we on the ground. I mean, so many atrocities and so many wicked things happen to us beyond our imaginations, man. You know, I'm just seeing all this in my mind, so it's got an effect on me. You know what I mean? It's like, because remembering that, just, you know, just knowing that he remembered that by looking at them pictures, man. It's like it just hit him. He started going, he started crying. Just think about it. He says, my daddy died a boy. They called him a boy till he died. That's why the Most High said, Isaiah 52:1, he say, awake, wake up, awake, wake up, Yasharallah. Say, put on thy strength, put on thy strength. He said, oh Zion, he already defined Zion in verse 16 of the previous chapter. O Israelites, put on thy beautiful garments, he said. We have beautiful garments. O Jerusalem, but he said, put on your strength. So the beautiful garments are our strength. It's spiritual. It has a spiritual continence of what he's saying here. O Jerusalem, the holy city, for henceforth, here on, there shall no more come into thee the uncircumcised and the unclean. You hear that? They ain't coming amongst us. He said, they should not come among us. The uncircumcised, and you know, circumcised is dealing with us knowing the truth too. It's not just our scrotum being, you know, circumcised. Circumcised is you actually learning, living, and applying the truth in your life. So they ain't coming. Ain't nobody that don't know this truth gonna be around us. That's why it's so important for everyone to learn what we're teaching. Straight up. He said, for henceforth hereon there shall no more come unto thee the uncircumcised and the unclean. So shake thyself from the dust, arise, come Yasharallah, and sit down, O Jerusalem. Loose thyself from the bands of thy neck, O captive daughter of Zion. Get away from the mindset of the way this world have you thinking. What's on your neck? Your mind, your head, your mind, the way you think. The bands that's on that neck, O captive daughter of Zion, you know, loose yourself from the way this world would have you think to go to hell, to be cast into the lake of fire with it. That's why he say, for thus said the Most High, ye have sold yourself for nothing, for not. I mean, we sold ourselves for nothing, and ye shall be redeemed without money. He don't care about nobody having no money. You hear what he said? We're going to be redeemed without money. You can't go be able to buy your way into the kingdom. Most High, you think Most High care about? It was a sister that was laying it out, man. I had to actually share her. She was talking about, she said straight up, man, Most High don't care about how much you got in this world. He hate this world. This is an evil world. This ain't no righteous world. It's an evil world. You think he care about? That's why I say we're going to redeem without money. You can't pay your way into this, man. Verse 11. It says, depart ye, go ye out from thence. Touch no unclean thing. Remember what it said? Ain't no unclean thing going to be amongst us in verse 1. Say, touch no unclean thing. Well, you got to look at whatever you're dealing with. Make sure you're on point. Say, touch no unclean thing, because they putting pork, they changed the name, they're doing all kind of things. Shalom, it said, look, go ye out of the midst of her. See? Go ye out of the midst of Babylon, or wherever we scattered in. Be ye clean. The only way you're going to be clean is to keep the commandments of the Most High. He gave us moral laws, civil laws, dietary laws, ceremonial laws, and bear the vessels of the Most High. We the vessels of the Most High, y'all. We the temple of the Most High. We the vessels of the Most High. But you got to bear it in keeping the commandments of the Most High. That's right, man. That's right. All praise to the Most High. That's why you look at Revelation 18:4. Revelation 18:4. And I heard another voice from heaven saying to us, children of Israel, come out of her, my people, that ye be not partaker of her sins. That's why I said, don't touch no unclean thing. Her sins. Remember, you're going to discover the sins of Esau, the Edomites, because they're the ones that publish the Bibles. They're the ones that have the opportunity to have. Who have the Bible? Who published the Bible? They do. And I heard another voice from heaven saying, come out of her, my people, that ye be not partakers of her sins, and that ye receive not of her plagues. You see that? Most I plague in this place. You're going to plague it more than you even can imagine. That's why I say you got to come out of the mindset. That's why, come on, it all go together, James 4 and 4. It's all going together, y'all. It ain't changed. It's still here, always here. It says, ye adulterers and adulteresses, James 4 and 4. Know ye not that the friendship of the world, why you say coming out of the way this world is? Friendship of the world is enmity with the Most High. I mean, you be a friend of this world, you at war with the Most High. Remember what Hebrews 10:31 says, y'all know I say it all the time. It's a fearful thing to fall into the hands of the living power, right? So when you friends of this world, you at war with the Most High. Whosoever therefore will be a friend of the world is the enemy of the Most High. That's why he said, hey, Revelation 18 and 4, I heard another voice from heaven say, come out of her, my people, that ye be not partakers of her sins, breaking of the Most High's laws. Let somebody tell you ain't under the Most High law. So you got to follow him, but follow me. A man. Ain't no man going to save us. Deuteronomy 28:29, ain't going nowhere. That you be not partaker of her sins. Remember the Most High said what? He going to discover whose sins? Esau's sins. The Edomite sins. So we ain't going to captivity no more. He's going to discover their sins. That you be not partaker of her sins, and that you receive not of her plagues. It's very important, yo. For her sins have reached unto heaven, and the Most High remember her iniquities. Straight up. So look at them plagues, man. Second Ezra. 15 and 5. Second Ezra 15 and 5. Behold, said the Most High, I will bring plagues upon the world. You go to these plagues, y'all. The sword, modern day sword is what? Guns, killing people with the sword, guns, famine, food shortages, death, killing people, and destruction. We see that right now. For wickedness have exceedingly polluted the whole earth, and her hurtful works are fulfilled. Therefore, said the Most High, I will hold my tongue no more. Remember he said he held his peace? Remember we read he held his peace, said, I ain't hold my tongue no more. I'm going to speak out, and I'm going to make some action happen. I will hold my tongue no more as touching their wickedness, things they doing that's wicked, which they profanely, unholy commit. Neither will I suffer them in those things in which they wickedly exercise themselves. Behold, the innocent and righteous blood crieth unto me, and the souls of the just complain continually. You hear that? That's why, most I said, we're in Revelation, look where they are, crying out to the Most High. Revelation 6 and 9. And when he had opened the fifth seal, the prophecy I saw under the altar, the souls of them that were slain for the word of the Most High, and for the testimony which they held. And they cried with a loud voice, saying, how long, O Most High, holy and true, dost thou not judge and avenge our blood on them that dwell where? On the earth? And white robes were given unto every one of them. And it was said unto them that they should rest yet for a little season, until their fellow servants also and their brethren that should be killed as they were should be fulfilled. Now, if y'all want to bring Baruch 3:36, you can prove who the fellow servants, who the servants are. Baruch 3:36. That's how you get understanding through the precepts, because it's clear. Baruch, fellow servants, who's that? Baruch 3:36. Now I can show you how you can use that scripture for the servants. It says, he have found out all the way of knowledge, and have given it unto Jacob his servant. See? Without a doubt. his fellow servants have to be of the seed of Jacob, our forefather, and to Israel, his beloved, right? So, and also you can go to the fellow servant. Who the servants? Also, and who would that be? Anybody know? Servants. That's clear. Says fellow servants. So you see the servants just talking about, and you can define them from the scriptures. Kind. Anyone else? Very good. Maybe that's right. Anyone else? Servant. We got Baruch 3:36. We got Isaiah 44:21. Let me see. Isaiah 44:21. Remember these, O Jacob and Israel, for thou art my servant. See, that's clear right there. Now, jump up to verse 1. Isaiah 44:1. Yet now hear, O Jacob, my servant. See, and Israel, whom I have chosen. So you need to see who the chosen. You go right here. You got who the servant, Jacob, my servant, right? Also, anyone else? You know any other scripture that show who the servants are? Okay. Let's go to Leviticus. Good thing I found a way to be able to look at the comments. Leviticus 25. 25. 55. Leviticus 25 and 55, the last verse. It says, for unto me, the children of Israel are servants. You hear that? Well, unto me, the Most High, the children of Israel are servants. You see? They are my servants, whom I brought forth out of the land of Egypt. I am the Most High, your power. See? It says servants twice in that scripture. Write that down for servants. Leviticus 25:55. So now, going back to Revelation 6, it says in verse 11, and white robes were given unto every one of them, those that have died or were killed or martyrs for the word of the Most High. And white robes were given unto every one of them, and it was said unto them that they should rest yet for a little season until their fellow servants, which are the Israelites, we just find that, I think, in 3 different places, that the servants are the Israelites, also, and their brethren who are Israelites, that should be killed as they were, should be fulfilled. So what was those roles that they were given? What were that? What is that? You look at Revelation 19 and 8. It says, and her was granted, let's read verse 7. Let us be glad and rejoice, be happy, and give honor to him, for the marriage of the Lamb is come, symbolically. And his wife, which represent the remnant of the 12 tribes of Israel, have made herself ready. That's what we're dealing with. Hopefully, in trying to allow ourselves to be ready for when this marriage of a MASHAYACH come back, symbolically, as that part of that remnant to be married with him. It says, verse 8, and her was granted that she should be arrayed in fine linen, clean and white, right? Remember those robes given to them? For the fine linen is the righteousness of saints. Straight up. The righteousness, meaning the keeping of the commandments of the Most High of saints. We know the saints are the 12 tribes of Israel, according to Psalms 148:14. Said I go together? Straight up. So going back to Psalms 50. For you that's coming in late, you ask the question in verse 16, you said, but unto the wicked, the Most High said, what hast thou to do to declare my statutes? What did you do to declare my statutes? or that thou shouldest take my covenant in thy mouth. So what do you mean? Taking my contract agreement that I made with who? Abraham, Isaac, to Jacob. Jacob being the forefather of the 12 tribes of Israel. What do you mean taking my covenant in your mouth? Right? So now it says, verse 20 says, thou sittest and speakest against thy brother, thou slanderest thy own mother's son. And that's what they do. That's why, look what they're going to say. I mean, just in case you didn't know, you're going to know now, but this is what they're going to say in Wisdom of Solomon, slandering us, right? Wisdom of Solomon, we went there, said, then said a righteous man stand in great boldness in the face of such as afflicted him and made no account of his labors. When they see it, they shall be filled with terrible fear and shall be amazed at the strangeness of his salvation. Now, this is what they're going to be saying. Look, Wisdom of Solomon 5. Get there. Wisdom of Solomon 5 and 3. It says, and they repenting and groaning for anguish of spirit. This is where we go into salvation. Shall say within themselves, what are they going to say? This was he. Remember, they slander of their own brother, right? This was he whom we had sometimes in derision and a proverb of reproach, disgrace, calling us all kind of names. We fools account of his life madness and his end to be without honor. How is he numbered among the children of the Most High, and his light is among the saints? Screaming. Therefore have we erred from the way of truth. And we know that truth is Psalms 119, 142. All day long, we can see together, y'all. That righteousness is an everlasting righteousness, and thy law is the truth. So they err from the way of keeping the commandments of the Most High, and the light, which that is the laws too, Proverbs 6:23. Of righteousness is the commandments of the Most High, have not shined unto us. You see that? And the sun of righteousness rose not upon us. So we weird ourselves in the way of wickedness and destruction. Yeah, we have gone through deserts where there lay no way, but as for the way of the Most High, the MASHAYACH, we have not known it. Straight up. So I don't care how you look at it. That's what they're going to say. Job 24 and 13. Job 24:13. Seems like I guess we kind of like precepting Psalms 50th chapter all day long. Huh? Psalm 24, Job 24 and 13. There are of those that rebel against the light. You know that? There are of those that rebel against the light. There are those that rebel against the light. They know not the ways thereof, nor abide in the paths thereof. You see? They're like they said, what they're going to say, it's telling you right there what they're going to do. They are of those that rebel against the light. They rebel against the commandments of the Most High when you read Proverbs 6 and 23. That's the light. They know not the ways thereof. They don't know the ways of the commandments of the Most High. That's why they say we ain't under the law, we under grace. And they have us saying the same thing when we are the children of Israel, and we got to keep the laws of the Most High, the commandments of the Most High. No, abide in the paths thereof. They don't. They don't do that. Let me see. Listen at this. And as Ezra, Ezra was given 204 books. And we only have, well, I'll say majority of people only have 80 books as Israelites. The people that go to this Christian insanity religions, they only got 66 and don't know them. Why they need to be learning, come and learning from what we're teaching. It says in 2 Ezra 3:32, or is there any other people that knoweth thee beside Israel? Is there any other people that know the Most High besides we the Israelites? Or what generation have so believed thy covenants as Jacob? What generation? Who is it that believed his covenants as Jacob? No one. He said, and yet their reward appeareth not, and their labor have no fruit. For I have gone here and there through the heathen. Ezra said, I done went here and there through the heathen. Through the heathen. And I see that they flow in wealth. See, I went through the heathen, and I see that they flow in wealth. They live in lives, got a lot of money, and think not upon thy commandments. That's real. That's why they say, what? We ain't under the law, which is commandments, but we under grace. See? He said, I've been through these heathen. I've been everywhere these heathen are. And I see that they flow in wealth. You got a lot of money. And think not upon thy commandments. Which one? What religion? It's saying we got to keep the commandments of the Most High. Which religion is keeping the moral laws, the civil laws, the dietary laws, the ceremonial laws? If thou consent. Shabbat Shalom, Thomas. Listen to what it says. What religion does? Huh? He said he done been through the heathen, and they flowing in wealth, and they don't keep the Most High's commandments. Say, weigh thou therefore, verse 34, say, weigh thou therefore our wickedness now in the balance. So he's trying to compare what we do as the Israelites. He said, weigh it in the balance. And there's also that dwell in the world, and these heathen that dwell in the world. Compare what we do in wickedness compared to their wickedness, he's saying. And so shall thy name nowhere be found but in Israel. Hear that? He says, your name not going to be found nowhere but in Israel. Point blank. Like, I don't even hear nobody say, he says his name forever, more to all generations, power of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. I don't hear nobody saying that. I use it because Jacob is the forefather of the 12 tribes of Israel. And if you're not of the 12 tribes of Israel, then he's not your power. That's why we went to Luke 168 earlier. He said he's the power of Israel. Point blank. That's the Israelites. He make it clear. You need to know more? What about what Jesus said? Let's see what he said. Let's see what your Jesus said. Think I can find what he said in Matthew 22 and 31. Matthew 22 and 31. Said, but as touching the resurrection of the dead, have you not read? This is MASHAYACH speaking too. That which was spoken unto you by the Most High saying, the Most High saying this, I am the power of Abraham and the power of Isaac and the power of Jacob. Most High is not the power of the dead, but of the living. But I'm just showing you what he said and what we read earlier in Exodus 3 and 15. He said, I'm the power of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. So this is my name forever and memorial to all generations. That's why MASHAYACH identified him as who? The power of Abraham and the power of Isaac and the power of Jacob, right? What about Acts 3:13? Acts 3:13. Acts 3:13. Here it is again. The power of Abraham and of Isaac and of Jacob. The power of our fathers. You see? Acts 5. Now that we know he's the power of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, when you see he's the power of our fathers, Acts 5:29 to 31. Then Peter and the other apostles answered and said, we ought to obey the Most High rather than men. The power of our fathers, we just read, the power of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. The power of our fathers raised up a MASHAYACH whom you slew and hanged on a tree. Wicked Israel gave him up to the Romans, and they hung a MASHAYACH on a tree. not a cross. The cross represents the affliction of being hung on that tree. Him at the Most High exalted, which is right hand to be a prince and a savior for to give repentance to Israel and forgiveness of sins. Straight up. That's why he said in Matthew 15:24, but he answered and said, I am not sent but unto the lost sheep of the house of Israel. Matthew 1:21. And she shall bring forth a son that shall call his name YAHAWASHI, for he shall save his people from their sins. We just read about that. Now, Psalms 50 and 22. Now consider this. Ye that forget the Most High, lest I tear you in pieces, and there be none to deliver. Y'all but understand. You can play with the Most High if you want to. Y'all think he's not important? Y'all just gonna put him in some kind of category of your own mind? He said, hey, now consider this. You that forget the Most High, y'all ain't think about the Most High? Lest I tear you in pieces, and there be none to deliver. Ain't nobody gonna be able to better understand. MASHAYACH told us. All praise to the Most High. Told us, look, St. John 10:27, he said, hey, you won't forget the Most High? He said, my sheep hear my voice, and I know them, and they follow me. They're going to keep the commandments. And I give unto them eternal life, and they shall never perish. Neither shall any man pluck them out of my hand. My Father, talk about the Most High, power of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. Jacob being the forefather of the 12 tribes of Israel, the Most High power of Israel. My Father, which gave them me, is greater. Hold on. He said, my Father, which gave them me, is greater than all. You know? And no man is able to pluck them out of my Father's hand. Straight up. That's why I say, hey, if Most High's in your hand, I mean, you in the Most High's hand, hopefully you hold our hands in love and not with his wrath and fury or so forth. But you in the Most High's hand, he said, ain't nobody to pluck you out of. That's why he said, look what he said. You better recognize you. Psalm 50:22, he said, now consider this, ye that forget the Most High. He said, consider this, ye that forget the Most High. Salakia. Oh, man, I left him. What happened? Oh, man, shoot. I'm still on. Okay. Got two of me in here. Okay. All right. I had a little technical difficulty for a minute. All right. So here we are, back on the scene again. So lucky for the delay. It says, Most High told the wicked, that's who he's talking to all day long. In Psalm 50 and 22, it says, Now consider this, ye that forget the Most High. Remember what it said in Wisdom of Solomon 5 and 7, when salvation is coming to the Israel, going to say, we wearied ourselves in the way of wickedness and destruction. Yeah, we've gone through deserts where there lay no way, but as for the way of the Most High, the MASHAYACH, we have not known it. Okay? So they say, now consider this, ye that forget the Most High, lest I tear you in pieces, and there be none to deliver. That's what it said. MASHAYACH just said, hey, ain't nobody able to deliver you out of the Most High's hand once he got you in his hand. So whoso offereth praise glorifieth me. Hear that? Whoso offereth praise glorify the Most High. That's that me. And to him that ordereth his conversation aright will I show the salvation of the Most High. Point blank. That's why he said in Ecclesiasticus 43 and 29. Ecclesiasticus 43 and 29. The Most High is terrible. Getting the Most High's hand. He said the Most High is terrible and very great and marvelous in his power. Straight up. When you glorify the Most High, exalt him as much as you can. Better hear what it's saying. When you glorify the Most High, say exalt him as much as you can. For even yet will he far exceed. Say, for even yet will he far exceed. And when ye exalt him, put forth all your strength. You hear that? He said, when you exalt the Most High, put forth all your strength. And be not weary, for ye can never go far enough. He said, when you exalt the Most High, put forth all your strength. Like, praise the Most High. Praise the Most High. Praise the Most High. Praise the Most High. He said, glorify with all your strength, man. I know praise the Most High. All praise to the Most High. All praise to the Most High. All praise to the Most High. You can't say it loud enough and strong. They say, put forth all your strength. Not no weak. All praise to the Most High. Praise the Most High. He ain't hearing you. Look. Ecclesiasticus 34:16. Ecclesiasticus 34 and 16. For the eyes of the Most High are upon them that love him. Remember, we started this off with 1 John 5 and 3. For this is the love of the Most High, that we keep his commandments. Commandments are not grievous. For the eyes of the Most High are upon them that love him, that keep his commandments. He is their mighty protection and strong stay, a defense from heat and a cover from the sun at noon, a preservation from stumbling, and an help from falling. He raises up the soul, enlighteneth the eyes. He giveth health, life, and blessing. He that sacrifices of a thing wrongfully gotten, his offering is ridiculous. And most of y'all the lands that was gotten, and anything that's sacrificed and going to the Most High in these lands that were stolen, Most High said, his sacrifice, a thing wrongfully got, his offering is ridiculous. And the gifts of unjust men are not accepted. The gifts of unjust men are not accepted. The Most High is not pleased with the offerings of the wicked. You hear that? They can give all they want to give. He says he's not pleased with the offering of the wicked. Neither is he pacified for sin by the multitude of sacrifices. To kill us, man. He want us to be obedient. And all you nations, just a message to you. Jeremiah 12:16. What y'all supposed to be doing? And it shall come to pass, a future prophecy that Jeremiah is prophesying, if they will diligently learn the ways of my people. They're supposed to be learning the way that we're teaching. We done sat down or been standing up or whatever, means through social media or whatever, we done learned enough of their ways. That's why the Most High said, come out of her, my people, that you receive not of her plagues and be partakers of her sins. That's why I say they're supposed to diligently learn the ways of my people. We define my people are the 12 tribes of Israel, to swear by my name, the Most High power of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. If you're not of Jacob, then he's not your power, period. The Most High liveth, as they taught my people to swear by B-A-A-L. As they taught my people to swear by B-A-A-L, right? And I'll show you all the time. I'm going to show you again until it's going to, got to hit somebody. B-A-A-L. Can y'all see this? B-A-A-L means L-O-R-D. Can y'all see that? B-A-A-L means L-O-R-D. Let me see something. I might be able to. Let's see if I can find I can find Epstein niece and the Jeopardy scene. If I could find it on my, see if I could find it on my phone. Maybe that'll help. Never know. Now, don't want to give my pictures to me. Trying to get my pictures. I ain't trying to see no videos. Not that one. No. Bear with me. Man, it's crazy. Let's see. Hold on. Since I have my phone today, I can hopefully present it to you. I can find it. Epstein niece and the Jeopardy scene. See, I have a lot on this phone. Cool if it just showed me everything, but it's done. I got to go through them, so bear with me. It'll be worth the wait. Yeah, because like I say, BAAL, as they saying, you know, as they taught our people to swear by BAAL. And that's to this day. If it means LORD, and we be LORD and out, or people say that more than they say the Most High, the more than they say Yahweh, more than they say the power of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. That's all they say is BAAL, which is LORD. Hey, man, that's not good. I don't know, y'all. I'm gonna have to put it in a special folder or something so I can, when I need it, when I want it, I could just bring it up. Mm. Can't find it. Anyway, you see what it says. BAL means LORD, straight up. I don't know if I don't know if it's on there. Way back in the day, no. I don't see it. Oh, man. Going through all my life, pictures and stuff. And I still don't see it. But yeah. Well, anyway, I'll find it and I'll have it hopefully saved so I can present it whenever I need it. Like right now, I'm way back in 3, 4, 2025. I still don't see it. So uh, nevertheless, I'll I'll look for it. So I have it to show to you within the next class. Okay, so you see here, it's telling us and let's look at Ecclesiasticus, the 32nd chapter, verse 15. And I'll find that episode of Jeopardy and Epstein's niece telling the story concerning her life and the fact that how that coincides with BAAL worship. Ecclesiasticus 32:15 says, "He that seeketh the law shall be filled therewith, but the hypocrite will be offended therewith." You see, someone that, you know, like they tell you in a minute, oh, you're putting yourself in bondage, or they're offended with telling them that they have to keep the Most High's law. It will say, "He that seeketh the law shall be filled therewith, but the hypocrite will be offended thereat." Verse 17 says, a simple man will not be reproved. You can't reprove a simple man, but find an excuse according to his will. Gonna find an excuse to justify him being a simple man. That's why you can't really allow those that are unlearned with the truth to actually allow you to feel some kind of way behind the way somebody not following the law, such commandments of the Most High. They're gonna let them make you feel some kind of way. That you join with them. Look. It says, Ecclesiastes 35:1, he that keepeth the law bringeth offerings enough. He that taketh heed to the commandment offers a peace offering, gives something. He that requireth a good term offereth fine flour. And he that giveth alms suffices praise. To depart from wickedness is a thing pleasing to the Most High. You hear that? To depart from wickedness is a thing that's pleasing to the Most High. And all you depart from wickedness is to do what he say do, his rules and regulations, his laws, statutes, commandments. And to forsake unrighteousness is a propitiation. And the MASHAYACH says that propitiation that's going to the Most High on our behalf now. He said, thou shalt not appear empty before the Most High. Some people don't give anything. But all these things are to be done because of the commandment. The offering of the righteous maketh the altar fat, and the sweet savor, thereof is before the Most High. You see, so he give us rules and regulations, man. Straight up. We just want to follow the way of our own mind, which is vain, and do the things that's contrary to the way the Most High would have us do. Go to Ezekiel 30, y'all. Go to Ezekiel 30th chapter. Well, no, before we go there, we got to finish up Jeremiah 12 and 16. I think that's where we were at before I was rudely interrupted with that interruption. It says, and it shall come to pass if they will diligently learn, this is for these other nations outside of the 12 tribes of Israel. If they will diligently learn the ways of my people, who are the 12 tribes of Israel, we defined that earlier, to swear by my name. Swear by my name. The Most High power of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. I know I like to use that because that's his name forever and immortal to all generations. The Most High liveth. As they taught my people to swear by B-A-A-L. And I showed you B-A-A-L means L-O-R-D. It also means H-U-S-B-A-N-D. Understand, overstand this. Then shall they be built in the midst of my people. You see that? So we ain't supposed to be learning from them. They're supposed to be learning from us. We the teachers. That's why he said in verse 10 of Jeremiah the 12th chapter, he said, many pastors have destroyed my vineyard. And we the vineyard of the Most High, the children of Israel. Many pastors, he said, have destroyed his vineyard. They have trodden my portion underfoot. They have made my pleasant portion a desolate wilderness, man. They have made it desolate. And being desolate, it mourneth. The land is mourning under me. The land crying to the Most High. The whole land is made desolate because no man layeth it to heart. Nobody laying the laws, statutes, commandments of the Most High, what he said was to do to his mind, man. That's why the Most High said to these heathen nations, man, and it shall come to pass, verse 16, if they will diligently learn the ways of my people. to swear by my name, the power of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, and keep the laws of the Most High, the moral laws, civil laws, dietary laws, ceremonial laws, the Most High living. As they taught my people to swear by BAAL, as they put BAAL in this Bible as LORD, like somebody mistaken me for my slave name for somebody else that was very, just demeaning, slanderous to me. Not me, but then put my picture there and put whatever they did with my picture. As they taught my people to swear by BAL. Say, then shall they be built in the midst of my people. If you diligently learn what we're teaching. But if they will not obey, if you don't obey, diligently learning the ways of the Most High's people who are the children of Israel, I will utterly pluck up and destroy that nation. Who said it? Said the Most High. That's judgment. But those that are going to be learning the ways that we're teaching, he said in Jeremiah 3, the third, he told us in Jeremiah, the 3rd chapter, verse 15, he said, and I will give you pastors according to mine heart, according to his mind, which shall feed you with knowledge and understanding. You see? And it's not the other nations, because you need the power of Israel. You don't power nobody else but the Israelites. Come on. What y'all think? Don't you think we don't listen to them long enough? That's why I say we destroy for lack of knowledge, for getting the law of the Most High. Let's go to Ezekiel 30. So that's what these other nations are supposed to be doing, learning from what we're teaching. It says, the word of the Most High came again unto me, saying, Son of man, prophesy and say, thus say the Most High power, howl ye, woe, destruction, worth the day. Screaming it. He say, for the day is near, even the day of the Most High, while MASHAYACH is near, a cloudy day. It shall be the time of the heathen. You know that? It's going to be the time of the heathen. That's why you heathen got an opportunity to learn what it is that we're teaching to be amongst us in our kingdom that's prepared already for us. And the sword shall come upon Egypt, and great pain shall be in Ethiopia. When the slain shall fall in Egypt, and they shall take away their multitude, and her foundation shall be broken down. Ethiopia and Libya, these Hamite nations, and Lydia, and all the mingled people, and Chub, and the men of the land that is in league shall fall with them by the sword. Thus say the Most High power. See, he go around to all these nations, these heathen nations that's not of Israel. They also that uphold Egypt shall fall. All you that uphold Egypt, you're going to fall too. And the pride of her power shall come down from the tower of Sein shall they fall in it by the sword, said the Most High. The Most High saying. Verse 10, thus said the Most High power, I will also make the multitude of Egypt to cease by the hand of Nebuchadnezzar, king of Babylon. He brought it down. That was the Babylonians, Ethiopians. Take it down the Egyptians, man. He and his people with him, terrible at all of the nations, shall be brought to destroy the land, and they shall draw their swords against Egypt and fill the land with the slain. That's the Most High, a man of war. Exodus 15:3. Habakkuk 2:3. Habakkuk 2:3. For the vision is yet for an appointed time, but at the end it shall speak. That vision is for an appointed time. At the end it's going to speak. You're going to understand it and not lie. Most High is not a man that he should lie. Though it tarry, though it take a little time, say, wait for it. because it will surely come. It will not tarry. Say, behold, his soul, which is lifted up in pride, is not upright in him. No matter how you look at it, it says not upright in him. He lifted up his soul in pride. He said it's not upright in him. But the just shall live by his faith. We have no choice but to have faith in the Most High. Yeah, also because he transgresses by wine, influencing everyone this way, that way. He is a proud man. This is ruling the world today. He is a proud man, neither keepeth at home. That's why he got the military everywhere, right? He's neither keepeth at home, who enlarges his desire as hell. When you go somewhere, he bring hell on the people. And is as death, he bring death to the people. Remember it said, we would ourselves in a way of wickedness and destruction. Was it Psalm 5 and 7? All of it go together. Neither keep it at home, got his military everywhere, who lodges his desire as hell, and is at death, and cannot be satisfied, no matter what. He ain't been satisfied, but gathers unto him all nations. Where is that at? You know that's a miracle. All the nations here in America. You can't go nowhere and find as many nations as here in America than anywhere. So you know it's talking about him. But gathered unto him all nations, and heapeth unto him all people. So shall not all these take up a parable against him, and tawny proverb against him, and say, woe, destruction to him that increases that which is not his. And that's what you see now. You see Venezuela, then you're going to see, because Venezuela, they got their crude oil. But they can't do much with it because Iran supplied them with the necessary mixture to make that crude oil that can be used. Can't use it. You got to have that mixture that Iran was helping Venezuela. Remember, they both of them was superpower oil, nations. So Iran have what it is that's needed to take that crude oil to make it usable for what they need here. Shall not all these take up a parable against him and a taunting proverb against him and say, woe, destruction to him that increases that which is not his. How long? And to him that ladeth himself with thick clay. Shall they not rise up suddenly that shall bite thee, and awake that shall vex thee? Thou shalt be for booties unto them, because thou hast spoiled many nations. Like you will why? Spoiled many nations. You seeing the nations being spoiled right now. Where the Gaza Strip at? The people that was there, I was over there before they destroyed it. They had a border, then you can go over into where the Arabs were. But they have the Israelites, they're the ones that be on the border, guarding the border with their AK-47s. It was crazy, man. Like a little girl, like she was about 14, 15 years old. I guess you were 18, just got out of high school, looked with an AK-47 guarding, with a man guarding the gate, the border. Like, wow. Because when they get out of school, they have to do 2 years in the army, or the armed services, because thou hast spoiled many nations. All the remnant of the people that's left shall spoil thee because of men's blood, and for the violence of the land, of the city, and of all that dwell therein. Woe to him that coveteth an evil covetousness, desiring something that's not yours, to his house, that he may set his nest on high. I'm taking over this. And I'm going to put in whoever I want to put in, because I'm the one that going to sit on high and dictate everything, put embargoes, sanctions, everything you think of, and put themselves on high and be elevated, that he may be delivered from the power of evil, the power of evil. Thou hast consulted shame to thy house by cutting off many people. Was I talking to them? Shame on you. because you cut off many people and have sinned against thy soul. Hear that? He said they sinned against their own soul. For the stone shall cry out of the wall, and the beam out of the timber shall answer it, because it's being destroyed. Woe to him that buildeth a town with blood. Who did that? Built a town with blood. Killed all the people. Killed all the people. How America was built. I appreciate that, but I had it cut. It was just a little bit, just what she was saying. It. I don't want the whole conversation.
My father and stepmother had a baby girl in 1991.
I'll get the because it was cut where I just had the part where she's saying what I need as far as it's a short version of what she's saying the whole thing to water, but I didn't want the whole speech that she's giving. I had a certain part that was cut out. I don't know what. Let me see if I have another means to be able to see if I can find it. Let me see. But that's very important, to water for that, because it's like we have been, something a lot of people they call on BAAL, LORD more than they do saying the Most High or any other name. That's what it says. They made our people swear by BAAL, and people are doing exactly what it is that the scripture says. She got me looking again. Just a moment. I'm just trying to see if I can locate it. She's saying that. No, I have it somewhere here. Okay, here goes Jeopardy. Here it is. I found it. This Jeopardy. Can y'all hear it? Could y'all hear that? I'll play it again. The name of the chief Canaanite god means Lord. Then what's that? Yes, the four-letter name of the chief Canaanite god means Lord. Then what's that? Yes, the four-letter name of the chief Canaanite god means Lord. See, there it is. Let me see if I can find the other one. Oh, here it is. Great. Here you go.
And yeah, you're a very powerful speaker and you're very well researched. We've had a lot of survivors come on. And we salute you, for the level of detail and knowledge that you have. I think it was David I who woke me up to the ancient cults and the bloodlines that continued to these generations. And I think you're the first survivor, perhaps, who's actually detailed how that has continued over the ages. So if you could maybe expand on that a little bit, I think the viewers would find this fascinating.
What specifically would you like expanded on?
So what was the cult that you mentioned earlier, the ancient one?
The cult of Baal, B-A-B-A-L.
Yes.
Yep. I know very little about it. My family masqueraded themselves as Jewish publicly. But behind closed doors, you know, at Passover dinners, when I was drugged, would admit, we are Satanists. Now, what I can understand, the public has caught on to this, but they call them the Illuminati. And I find that interesting because Illuminati means illuminated. I perceive the Illuminati, in fact, to be individuals like yourself, other conspiracists like Alex Jones, even people like Kanye West who have been trying to illuminate people to this. I do not believe it is a unified organization, but a loose collection of individuals who are illuminated to the cult of Baal, who has successfully mythologized themselves as the Illuminati.
There it is. See what you said? They're behind closed door, they worship B-A-A-L. And that's what we're looking at. Look at, like I said, as they taught our people to swear by B-A-A-L. And that's L-O-R-D. Straight up. And sure enough, hopefully you'll stop saying it. Or talk to your leaders and tell them about it. See? Can y'all see that? B-A-A-L means L-O-R-D. I'll get a one that you can see. Cause like I say, a lot of times I present it, you can't really see it when I look back. I'm trying to get to where I can put it at where you can actually see it on your end. Can y'all see that when I have it here? So, I'll present that later. Interesting. And this is what they're dealing with, you know. Look at let's go back in the Apocrypha. Let's go back to Second Ezra. He prophesied about these end times. Second Ezra 15. we were dealing with verse 8. Therefore said the Most High, I will hold my tongue no more, as touching their wickedness, which they profanely commit. That means profanely mean unholy commit. Neither will I suffer them in those things in which they wickedly exercise themselves. Behold, the innocent and righteous blood cry up unto me, and the souls of the just complain continually. And therefore said the Most High. That's what I showed you in Revelation 6. They crying out to the Most High, when are you going to avenge the blood on them that's on this earth? And therefore said the Most High, I will surely avenge them and receive unto me all the innocent blood from among them. Behold, my people is led as a flock to the slaughter. I will not suffer them now to dwell in the land of Egypt. This is Egypt here. When you look at Revelation 11 and 8, this spiritual Egypt. Because we're in captivity, like I showed you in Revelations 28:68. Revelations 11 and 8. Revelation 11 and 8. And the dead bodies shall lie in the street of the great city, it's America, which spiritually is called Sodom and Egypt. See? Spiritually called Sodom, because they got men with men, women with women getting married and all that. You know, changes of the anatomy and all that. Spiritually is called Sodom and Egypt, where also our power of MASHAYACH was crucified. You can't deny that. Come on. This crucifying right here. Warner Solomon, Judas picture in the 1940s. Millions and millions and millions of dollars selling this picture. Crucified him right here. And our people love it so, man. So that's why he said he ain't going to allow this Egypt here. Let's talk about America. It says in Exodus 15, verse 11, but I will bring them with a mighty hand and a stretched out arm and smite Egypt with plagues as before, and will destroy all the land thereof. Then you know this place is going to be destroyed. He's going to bring plagues on this earth, more and more and more. Egypt shall mourn, America shall mourn, and the foundation of it shall be smitten with the plague and punishment that the Most High shall bring upon it. Because what's Egypt? I mean, you think about Egypt, what they doing? They ain't doing nothing. They're not no superpower of the earth. They're not doing anything. They that till the ground shall mourn, and their seed shall fail through the blasting and hell, and with a fearful consolation. Man, woe to the world and them that dwell therein. Look what he said in verse 20. Behold, said the Most High, because we went through this, dealing with the racial wars and martial law. That's going to be on here. It said, it says, verse 20, it says, behold, said the Most High, I will call together all the kings of the earth to reverence me. All the kings are going to reverence the Most High, which are from the rising of the sun, from the south, from the east, from Lebanon, to turn themselves one against another. That's these wars you see that's generating right now. And repay the things that they have done to them, that them as the children of Israel. They're going to be fighting each other. They're going to return the things that they've done to us. Like as they do yet this day unto my chosen, so will I do also, and recompense pay them back in their bosom. Thus say the Most High Power. My right hand, that's what MASHAYACH. On the right-hand side of the Most High, my right hand shall not spare the sinners. You hear that, people? His right hand will not spare the sinners. And my sword shall not cease over them that shed innocent blood upon the earth. You're going to get you. That's that payback. My right hand shall not spare sinners. But I thought the Most High loved the sinner, but he hates the sin. Well, let's see. Ecclesiastes 12 and 6. Let's see if the Most High loved the sinner and hate the sin. Ecclesiastes 12 and 6. He said, MASHAYACH not going to spare sinners. He already called a destroyer. It says, for the Most High hated sinners. He hates those that break his commandments, his laws. You see that? You've been lied to. For the Most High hated sinners and will repay vengeance unto the unrighteous and keepeth them against the mighty day of their punishment. See that? Keepeth them against the mighty day of their punishment. That's why I look at Amos 9 and 10. You listen to these post-up preachers if you want to. Amos 9 and 10. This is judgment. Amos 9 and 10. All the sinners, those that break the Most High's commandments, those that transgress the Most High's laws, all the sinners of my people who are the children of Israel shall die by the sword, which say the evil shall not overtake nor prevent us. Let you know he's going to kill you. Hate to tell you that, but you got to know. You got to know. That's why he said, Exodus 15:22, my right hand, that's what YAHAWASHI, shall not spare the sinners. And my sword shall not cease over them that shed innocent blood upon the earth. That's payback. He don't get you. The fire is gone forth from his wrath and have consumed the foundation of the earth and the sinners, those that break the commandments of the Most High. Don't listen to nobody tell you got to follow his laws. You under grace. He nailed all the sins that you do on to the cross when he was hung on the tree. Is this what it say? The fire is gone forth from his wrath and have consumed the foundations of the earth and the sinners, like the straw that is kindled. You see that? What do you think fire gonna do to straw? He comparing you sinners, how he gonna burn you up to straw. Woe, destruction to them that sin. You listen to somebody if you want to, it said, woe, destruction to them that sin, that break his commandments, and keep not my commandments, said the Most High. What you gonna do with that? He said, woe, destruction to them that sin, and break his commandments, and keep not my commandments, said the Most High. He's screaming at you. I will not spare them. That's clear. He said, I will not spare them. Y'all can play around with this if you want to. He said, I will not spare them. Go your way, ye children, from the power. Defile not my sanctuary. He said, for the Most High knoweth all them that sin against him. See, when you sin against him. And therefore deliver he them unto death and destruction. But now are the plagues come upon the whole earth, and ye shall remain in them. Gonna be plagues that are gonna be upon this whole earth. And he said, these sinners gonna remain in these plagues. For the Most High shall not deliver you, because ye have sinned against him. You think it's important? You don't understand. He said these plagues gonna come upon them because they have sinned against the Most High. What's he gonna do when he come for you? Look. Look at verse wow. This for the Asians. Look Look at verse 43. And they shall go steadfastly unto Babylon and make her afraid. It's a miracle, y'all. They shall come to her and besiege her. The star and all wrath shall they pour out upon her. Then shall the dust and smoke go up unto the heavens. That's destruction, y'all. And all they that be about her shall bewail her. They tell you about that. How the merchants gonna be crying over her. Look, let me show you. Go to Revelation 18. I'll tell you what they're gonna be saying they're doing. Revelation 18 and 15. And the merchants of these things, of all these things that they're getting so much money from in America, which were made rich by her, shall stand afar off for the fear of her torment, weeping and wailing, crying, and saying, Alas, alas, that great city America, that was clothed in fine linen and purple and scarlet, and decked with gold and precious stones and pearls, for in 1 hour so great riches has come to nothing. And every shipmaster and all the company in ships and sailors, and as many as trade by sea, stood afar off and cried when they saw the smoke of her burning, see, saying, What city is like unto this great city? What city is like unto America? And he cast dust on their heads and cried, weeping and wailing, saying, Alas, alas, that great city, wherein were made rich all that had ships in the sea, by reason of her costliness. For in 1 hour is she made desolate. That's right, man. Rejoice over her, thou heaven, and ye holy apostles and prophets, for the Most High have avenged you on her. Straight up. Remember, they crying, when you going to avenge the blood of the innocents that have died, she have killed? And a mighty angel took up a stone like a great millstone and cast it into the sea, saying, Thus with violence shall that great city Babylon, America, be thrown down, and shall be found no more at all. Point blank. You see how this go together right along with the Old Testament? The Apocrypha is the Old Testament. You know, look at verse 9. And the kings of the earth who have committed fornication and lived illicitly with her, with America, shall bewail her and lament of her for her, when they shall see the smoke of her burning, standing afar off for the fear of her torment, saying, Alas, alas, that great city Babylon, that mighty city, America, for in 1 hour is thy judgment come. And the merchants of the earth shall weep and mourn over her, but no man buy of her merchandise anymore. Then you go name all the merchandise that you've been buying, and so costliness, it says. Going back to 2 Ezra 15. Verse 46, and thou, Asia, I deal with the Asians, that are partaker of the hope of Babylon, and of the glory of her person, you know, this Asian destruction. Woe be unto thee, thou wretch, because thou hast made thyself like unto her. They took the kimonos out, they got three-piece suits on, and they right there, allies with them. And hast decked thy daughters in whoredom, gave their daughters up to the people here, the people that's ruling in America, in whoredom, that they might please and glory in thy lovers, which have always desired to commit whoredom with thee, to have their women. Thou hast followed her that is hated in all her works and inventions. Therefore said the Most High, I will send plagues upon thee. And then what that virus started over there from Asians, Chinese and so forth. Widowhood, say sweet brilliant. Widowhood, gonna kill the men that's married to women. Widowhood, poverty, famine, sword, and pestilences, to waste thy houses with destruction and death. And the glory of thy power shall be dried up as a flower when the heat shall arise that is sent over thee. So you're going to send that sun over them, dry up everything. Thou shalt be weakened as a poor woman with stripes, and as one chastised with wounds, so that the mighty and lovers shall not be able to receive thee. Would I, with jealousy, have so proceeded against thee, said the Most High. If thou, listen what they did. If thou had not always slain my chosen, we was in captivity under the Asians, the Chinese and the Japanese, Moab and Ammon, and Amalek, the Jewish people, for 18 years. This is what he's telling them. That's why I say it's all here for the future, the past, the present, the future. If thou had not always slain my chosen, who are the children of Israel, exalting the stroke of thine hands and saying over their dead when thou wast drunken, over our dead bodies, when they was drunken, look what they said. Set forth the beauty of thy countenance. Let me see how beautiful your face is now. Set forth the beauty of thy countenance. The reward of thy whoredom shall be in thy bosom. Therefore shalt thou receive recompense. They're going to get paid back. Like as thou hast done unto my chosen, down to the agents, how they did us when they had us in captivity for 18 years, said the Most High, even so shall the Most High do unto thee, and shall deliver thee into mischief. Thy children shall die of hunger, and thou shalt fail through the sword. Thy cities shall be broken down, and all thine shall perish with the sword in the field. They that be in the mountains shall die of hunger. You're going to run through the mountains, so you're going to die of hunger and eat their own flesh. They're going to eat their own flesh, their own children, their own people that's with them, and drink their own blood. For very hungry, hunger of bread and thirst of water. They're going to eat each other. Thou as unhappy shall come through the sea and receive plagues again. They're going to make it to the sea, so you're going to plague them there. And in the passes, they shall rush on the idol city and shall destroy some portion of thy land and consume part of thy glory, and shall return to Babylon that was destroyed. And return to America that's destroyed. This is what it says. And thou shalt be cast down by them as stubble, like tumbleweeds, and they shall be unto thee as fire. They're going to be like stubble, and we're going to be unto them as fire, and shall consume thee, and thy cities, thy land, and thy mountains, all thy woods, and thy fruitful trees shall they burn up with fire. Listen, thy children, let's let this very closely. Thy children shall they carry away captive. Thy children shall they carry away captive. And look, what thou hast, they shall spoil it. Whatever you have, they're going to spoil it. That's what it say. And mar the beauty of thy face. Remember what they did? I tell you in verse 54. Verse 53. If thou hast not always slain my chosen, exalting the stroke of thine hands, and saying over their dead when thou wast drunken, set forth the beauty of thy countenance. So what did he say he gonna do? Verse 63. Thy children shall they carry away captive, and look, what thou hast, they shall spoil it. Whatever's left, they have, you're going to spoil it, rob them, and mar the beauty of thy face. You see that? That's what they did to us. You say, you're going to mar the beauty of that. That's the Most High saying that. That's why it's very important to know these prophecies. Um, "14, 15, and 16 of Ezra, second Ezra is really good. Look at verse 19 of second Ezra 16. Look at verse 11. It say, the Most High shall threaten, and who shall not be utterly beaten to powder at his presence? Huh? Earthquake it, and the foundation thereof. The sea arises up with waves from the deep, and the waves of it are troubled, and the fishes thereof also before the Most High, and before the glory of his power. Verse 14. Well, let's read verse 13. For strong is his right hand, that's a MASHAYACH, that bendeth the bow. His arrows that he shooteth are sharp, and shall not miss when they begin to be shot into the ends of the world. You see that? They're going to begin to be shot into the ends of the world. That's why he picked it up and hold that. We're going to come back to in Wisdom of Solomon 5 and 20. It says, his severe wrath shall be sharpened for a sword, and the world shall fight with him against the unwise, right? Then shall the right aiming thunderbolts go abroad, and from the clouds, it's up in the air, as from a well-drawn bow, so like a bow and arrow. It's going to be these missiles. Shall they fly to the mark, and hailstones full of wrath shall be cast as out of a stone bowl, and the water of the sea, tidal waves, shall rage against them, and the flood shall cruelly drown them. Yeah, a mighty wind, like a tornado, like a hurricane, shall stand up against them. How you gonna fight this? Yeah, a mighty wind shall stand up against them, and like a storm shall blow them away. Thus iniquity shall lay waste the whole earth, and ill dealings shall overthrow the thrones of the mighty, those that's in charge. Going back to 2 Ezra 16. It says, verse 13, for strong is his right hand, that's a MASHAYACH that bendeth the bow. His arrows that he shooteth are sharp. That's the missiles. That's all we can think of is missiles. And shall not miss when they begin to be shot into the ends of the earth. Remember, say they're not going to miss their mark. Behold, the plagues are sent, and shall not return again until they come upon the earth. The fire is kindled, and shall not be put out till it consume the foundation of the earth. Like as an arrow that is shot on a mighty archer, returneth not backwards. When you shoot that arrow, these missiles though, they ain't going backwards. Once they go up and they go out, it said, even so the plagues that shall be sent upon earth shall not return again. Ezra said, woe is me, destruction is me, destruction is me, woe is me, woe is me. Who will deliver me in those days? The beginning of sorrows and great mournings, the beginning of famine and great death. Could be a lot of people that's going to die. The beginning of wars, and the powers shall stand in fear. You know, they said, hey, they talking about having a ceasefire with the Persians, who are the Iranians. They say, we don't want ain't no ceasefire. It's war, it's on. It's what they always been preparing for. The beginning of wars, and the powers shall stand in fear. The beginning of evils. What shall I do when these things shall come? So that, you know, Ezra thinking that he would be in the time that we're in now. But he was told this in 2 Ezra 14:9. Most High told him this. He said, for thou shalt be taken away from all. He's going to die. And from henceforth, from here on in, thou shalt remain with my son. That's what MASHAYACH in the Old Testament. And with such as be like thee, until the times be ended. See, that's why I said this is for us. He didn't get it. He won't be talking about was we going to deliver them in those days. He told me he's going to be with the MASHAYACH till the times be ended. 16:19. Behold, famine and plague, tribulation and anguish are sent as scourges for amendment, to get it right, right? All these things Most High bring for scourges for amendment. But for all these things, the plague, the famine, the tribulation, the anguish, sent for a scourge, all these things, they shall not turn from their wickedness. See that? Nor be always mindful of the scourge. Scourge is what you dealing with and tearing that butt up. See that? Look at Isaiah 33:1. Isaiah 33:1. There's a reason why. It's always a reason. Ain't most ain't just doing something for nothing. Isaiah 33:1 say, woe, destruction to thee that spoileth, robbeth, and thou was not spoiled. Ain't nobody touched America. They done robbed everybody. And thou was not spoiled, not robbed. And dealeth treacherously, and they dealt not treacherously with thee. You think about it. All the wars that they have, you know, killed so many people, and the people have not dealt treacherously with them. When thou shalt cease to spoil, when they're going to cease to rob people of their oil and riches and whatever they're getting from them, thou shalt be spoiled. They're going to be robbed. And when thou shalt make an end of to deal treacherously, they shall deal treacherously with you. See that? They're going to deal treacherously with them. As it is written. Jeremiah 30:7. Jeremiah 30:7. Alas, for that day is great, so that none is like it. It is even the time of Jacob's trouble. That's why, regardless of whatever you see in this world, it's still going to come back to us. It always come back to us. Because we got next forever, never, never. And elite know this. It's going to be a time of Jacob's trouble, but he shall be saved out of it. Hear that? Those that are working and keeping the commandments of the Most High, doing what he say do, his rules and regulations, having faith in the Most High, while MASHAYACH by SHAM, MASHAYACH, for this shall come to pass in that day, said the Most High power of hosts, that I will break his yoke from off thy neck, and will burst thy bonds, and strangers shall no more serve themselves of him. You hear that? Think about all of them. Man, they say we spend over $1 trillion a year. They're not going to serve themselves with us. And what we have to show for it? Nothing. Nothing. But they shall serve the Most High their power, and David their king, whom I will raise up unto them. Therefore fear thou not, O my servant Jacob, said the Most High, neither be dismayed, O Israel, for lo, I will save thee from afar, like way over here in this Western Hemisphere, and thy seed from the land of their captivity, our children from the land of our captivity. And Jacob shall return and shall be in rest and be quiet, and none shall make him afraid. For I am with thee, said the Most High, to save thee, though I make a full end of all nations, whether I have scattered thee, yet will I not make a full end of thee. He said, do we make a full end of all these nations where we scattered among? He said, yet he's not going to make a full end of us, the children of Israel. He said, and I will not leave thee altogether unpunished. So if he's not going to leave us unpunished, what do you think he'll do with these other nations? They think they're going to just learn whatever we learn and go into the kingdom? They got salvation like brothers trying to say? No. If he leave us unpunished, they got to be punished too. That's why I say, and we read in Lamentation 4:22, you're going to discover Edom's sins and you other nations. Look at 2 Ezra 7 and 18. 2 Ezra 7:18. Nevertheless, the righteous shall suffer straight things and hope for wide. Because he told us, when you look at 2 Ezra 7 and verse 6, it said, there is also another thing. A city is builded and set upon a broad field, and is full of all good things. The entrance thereof is narrow, and is set in a dangerous place to fall. So this city, New Jerusalem, it's already built. It's already prepared. Everything's already prepared. It's just waiting on us to get our knuckleheads together. It says, the entrance thereof is narrow. It used to be wide, but it's narrow now. And it's set in a dangerous place to fall, like as if there were fire on the right side, and on the left, a deep water with no land to be seen. So either you're going to burn up on the fire on the right side, or the left side, you're going to drown. And one only path between them both, even between the fire and the water. So small, so small that there could but one man go there at once. One person going through at once. Now that judgment, I can tell you in Matthew 7:14. Tell you the same thing in Matthew, MASHAYACH telling you. Matthew 7:14. Because straight is the gate, and narrow is the way, which leadeth unto life. And few there be that find it. You hear what it said? Few that be that find it. That's why he said in verse 13, enter ye in at the straight gate. For wide is the gate, and broad is the way that leadeth to destruction. And many there be that go in thereat. He tell you there's going to be a whole lot of people. That's why it says in 2 Ezra 9:22, he said, let the multitude of people perish then, which was born in vain. And nothing you can do about that. He said, but let my plant and my let me read it. I'm just butchering it. Here we are, 2 Ezra 9:22. Let the multitude perish then, which was born in vain, and let my grape be kept and my plant. For with great labor have I, that's the Most High, made it perfect. So he labored to make some of us perfect, not everybody. But he laboring to make some of us perfect. That's why he said, let the multitude of people perish then, which was born in vain. To let my grape and my plant be kept, for with great labor have I made it perfect. So yeah. She want to go next. Because we are people that just look at these wars that's going on. All that's prophecy too. Well, we gotta have ourselves together. We're looking at what's going on there. What difference do it make is whenever it flip on us and you ain't ready. because you don't know what you're supposed to be doing, having your life together, that the Most High can bless you and bring forth miracles within your life, that you can make it. It's coming back to us. I don't care how y'all look at it, it's coming back to us. Everything always come back to us. We've seen ice out there. Where they say, where y'all at? Where y'all at? Well, we're supposed to be, they ain't coming out to us. Everybody always looking at us. Always something that we have to deal with behind somebody else. It has nothing to do with us, but they want to involve us in it. You watch what I tell you. Tells you that. Listen, hold up. Man, that's gonna be pretty. Man, that's. Here we go. Second is 15. Let's start up 24. Woe, destruction to them that sin and keep not my commandments, said the Most High. I will not spare them. Go your way, ye children, from the power. Defile not my sanctuary, for the Most High knoweth all them that sin against him, and therefore deliver he them unto death and destruction. That's the judgment, y'all. Death and destruction for you that sin against the Most High's laws, statutes, commandments. You can read from Genesis to Deuteronomy. For now are the plagues come upon the whole earth, and ye shall remain in them, all you sinners. You say you're going to remain in them. Why you got different diseases and you can't get rid of? For the Most High shall not deliver you, because ye have sinned against him. Behold, an horrible vision, and the appearance thereof from the east, going all the way back to the east, right? Over there where they fighting at right now. Where the nation of the dragons of Arabia, see, that's the Arabs. Where the nation of the dragons of the Arabia shall come out with many chariots, and the multitude of them shall be carried as the wind upon earth, that all they which hear them may fear and tremble. They're going to all join together. Because one thing they do have in common is Islam. They might like the Persians, that's the Iranians. They might not be Ishmaelites or Arabs, but they still have that same religion, Islam. Listen. Verse 29, when the nations of the dragons of Arabia shall come out with many chariots, and a multitude of them shall be carried as the wind upon earth, that all they which hear them may fear and tremble. Listen, also the Carmanians, that's these Persians, these Iranians, raising in wrath, shall go forth as the wild boars of the wood, like wild boars in the wood, and with great power shall they come and join battle with them, with the Arabs, with the Ishmaelites, and shall waste a portion of the land of the Assyrians. And then shall the dragons have the upper hand. You hear that? The dragons of what? Or the Arabs gonna have the upper hand, remembering their nature. You know, they say he's a wild man. This hand should be against every man's. Remember their nature. Hollywood Pop. Ain't that what they say? I just seen where they had to put a man down on a plane saying that. Death to America. That's what he was saying. Remember their nature. And if they shall turn themselves, conspiring together in great power to persecute them, then these shall be troubled, and keep silent through their power, and shall flee. So I was seeing where they had decoys, America bombing and Israelites, big bombing places that they have for decoys. That's not really their planes or their actual bases. They making it look like it is. They bombing something. They got they somewhere else. Smart. That's tell you they've been living for this, man. That's why I say no ceasefire. They've been living for this. That's why I say then so the dragons have the upper hand. This prophecy. Remember their nature, right? What's their nature? Let's find out. See if we can find out a little bit about the dragons of Arabia. See about them. Let's go back to, I think, Genesis, about the 16th chapter. Let's see if we can find out about them. Let's see. Well, I'm an Exodus. Salaki. I think I got it right. Wrong book. Salaki, yo. You bear with me. Fuck, man, this don't make no sense. I guess it wouldn't. I'm in the wrong book. So here we are, Genesis 16. You know, Abraham, our foremother Sarah, had gave Abraham the wife Hagar, her handmaid, and she had Ishmael, which is the father of the Arabs. And so like the Hagar was, you know, since she had Ishmael, she was kind of making fun of our foremother Sarah. So Sarah told Abraham, get rid of her and Ishmael. So this is the Most High saying. And so Hagar and Ishmael was removed out of the presence of Abraham and Sarah. And so let's look at Genesis 16 and we start verse 7. And the angel of the Most High found her by a fountain of water in the wilderness, by the fountain in the way to Shur. And he said, Hagar, Sarah's maid, whence cometh thou? What camest thou? And whither wilt thou go? And she said, I flee from the face of my mistress Sarah. Her name was Sarah then, before she was named Sarah. And the angel of the Most High said unto her, return to thy mistress, and submit yourself under her hands. And the angel of the Most High said unto her, I will multiply thy seed exceedingly, that it shall not be numbered for multitude. Speaking of these Arabs. And the angel of the Most High said unto her, behold, thou art with child, and shall bear a son, and shall call his name Ishmael. Now, this is the father of the Arabs, Ishmael, because the Most High have heard thy affliction. Right? This is what it says. And he shall be a wild man. That's why they strap, explosives on their bodies and blow themselves up. He should be a wild man. Listen, his hands will be against every man, and every man's hand against him. And he shall dwell in the presence of all his brethren. They all together, But he shall be a wild man. That's why I say they're going to remember their nature. Like I said here, you're a wild man. You're going to remember that he's a wild man. That's what it's saying. In verse 31 of 2 15, and then shall the dragons have the upper hand, remembering their nature. Remember what it says in Genesis 16 and 12. And he will be a wild man. His hand will be against every man, and every man's hand against him. and he shall dwell in the presence of all his brethren. He says, hey, verse 31 of 2 50, and then shall the dragons have the upper hand. Remember their nature as a wild man. And if they shall turn themselves, conspiring together in great power to persecute them, then these shall be troubled and keep silence through their power, and shall flee. I mean, you look at it, they have certain things that have penetrated that dome that they have over the land of Israel. They're getting through that. And from the land of the Assyrians shall the enemies besiege them and consume some of them, and in their hosts, their army, shall be fear and dread and strife among their kings. And like the Syrians deal with these Americans also, when you look at, they have the northern tribes. They the ones had the northern tribes in captivity, saving bondage, and here they are over here. Say, behold, clouds from the east and from the north unto the south, and they are very horrible to look upon, full of wrath and storm. What's coming from the clouds? These missiles. They shall smite one against upon another, and they shall smite down a great multitude of stars upon the earth. These missiles are going to be killing a whole lot of people. And the ones, the significant ones, so-called significant ones, even their own star, even their own, just like they just killed the leader of the Persians, who are the Iranians. And blood shall be from the sword unto the belly. So blood gonna be from the sword to the belly. And dung of men, feces of men unto the camel's whore. And the camel taller than a horse, y'all. And there shall be great fearfulness and trembling upon earth. And they that see the wrath shall be afraid, and trembling shall come upon them. I guess that's not fear, huh? They that see the wrath, see feces all the way up to all camels, bro. And then shall there come great storms from the south and from the north, and another part from the west, and strong winds, storms, tornadoes, hurricanes. Strong wind shall arise from the east, and shall open it. And the cloud which he raised up in wrath, and the stars stirred to cause fear toward the east, and west wind shall be destroyed. The great and mighty clouds shall be lifted up full of wrath, and the star, that they may make all the earth afraid, and them that dwell therein. And they shall pour out over every high and eminent place and horrible star. Understand this, y'all. They're like you said, that star that led the wise men to a MASHAYACH YAHAWASHI. These are chariots, y'all. Fire and hell. These are angels. These are chariots, the angels that drive the chariots. Fire and hell and flying swords. Those are missiles. And many waters. You're going to raise up the waters, tidal waves, that all fields may be full, and all rivers with the abundance of great waters. But he's not going to flood the earth. Remember, he got to burn his bad boy up. That's why he put the rainbow in the sky to show that he's not going to flood the earth anymore. And they shall break down the cities and walls, mountains and hills, trees of the wood and grass of the meadows and their corn. And they shall go steadfastly unto Babylon, America, to make her afraid. So I say everything is pointed over here. They shall come to her and besiege her, the star and all wrath, so they pour out upon her, America. Then shall the dust and smoke go up unto the heaven, and all they that be about her shall bewail her. We just read about the merchants. He just said in 1 hour is her judgment come. That's from MASHAYACH YAHAWASHI. And they that remain under her shall do service unto them that have put her in fear. and trust and believe that Israel had a hand in it also. When you look at Jeremiah 50 and 20, he said, "Thou art my battle axe and weapons of war. But with thee will I break in pieces the nations, and with thee will I destroy kingdoms, and with thee will I break in pieces the horse and his rider, and with thee will I break in pieces the chariot and its rider. With thee also will I break in pieces man and woman, and with thee will I break in pieces old and young, and with thee will I break in pieces the young man and the maid." See, he's going to use the Israelites, those that are chosen for this particular plight. Look, verse 30. "The mighty men of Babylon have been forborne to fight. They have remained in their holds. Their might has failed. Their powers failed. They became as women. They have burned her dwelling places. Her bars are broken. Her security is broken down. One post shall run to meet another, and one messenger to meet another, to show the king of Babylon, of America, that his city is taken at one end." Hey, they took this end of America down, and that the passages are stopped. You can't go through. And the reeds, they are burned with fire, and the men of war are frightened. The men of war are scared. But thus said the Most High Power of hope, Most High Power of army of angels, the power of Israel, the daughter of Babylon. Then we read that in Psalm 137, 8-10. The Edomites, the end of the world, is like a threshing floor. It is time to dress her, time to dress. Yet a little while, and the time of her harvest shall come. Speaking of here in America, time of her harvest gonna come. He say, hey, Jeremiah 16:19, or 16:16 first. Jeremiah 16:16. "Behold, I will send for many fishers," like we're doing right now. We fishing, said the Most High, "and they shall fish them." And after, it's only so long that we're going to be actually fishing, trying to get people to come back to the Most High, come back to MASHAYACH, come back to the Most High's commandments, his laws. And after so long, we're going to do this so long, y'all, will I send for many hunters, and they shall hunt them from every mountain. Remember, they say they're going to go into the holes, and from every hill, and out of the holes of the rocks, because they already got their bunkers all, so deep down in the earth. That's why I said out of the holes of the rocks. They can drive semi trucks and everything. The whole people can live down there, living down there. "But mine eyes are upon all their ways. They are not hid from my face. Neither is their iniquity hid from mine eyes." Remember, Most I say, you're going to discover the sins of Edom, Lamentation 4:22. See, their iniquity is not hid from his eyes. "And first I will recompense their iniquity and their sin double." Why? Because they have defiled my land. They have filled mine inheritance with the carcasses of their detestable and abominable things, man. How you culturize pig? When the Most I say you're supposed to touch a dead pig carcass, man. Have gay parades and different things of that nature, man. In the Most High's land that he loved that land. That's why I say they're gonna say this whole Most High, and Israelites too. They don't want to hear this truth and come back to the real. of what we're supposed to be doing in these last days. O Most High, my strength and my fortress and my refuge in the day of affliction, the Gentiles, because our people call themselves Gentiles, they're like these other nations are Gentiles, shall come unto thee from the ends of the earth. Like right here in America, July 4th, 1776. Ain't no country came after that, did it? This from the ends of the earth right here. And shall say what? Surely our fathers have inherited lies, vanity, and things wherein there is no profit. That's what it's saying, man. Our forefathers inherited lies, vanity. That's why I tell you in Ecclesiastes 3:24, but many are deceived by their own vain or worthless opinion. And an evil suspicion is overthrown their judgment, make them make the wrong judgment because they allow the evil to come in to make the wrong judgment. It's crazy, but it's real. 2 Thessalonians 2:11. And for this cause, what cause? Verse 10. And with all deceivableness, all lies of unrighteousness, of not keeping the commandments of the Most High. We know what righteousness is, right? Some of you might be new. Let's define what righteousness is in Deuteronomy 6:25. Deuteronomy 6:25. So once you know what righteousness is, you'll know what unrighteousness is because it's opposite of what's righteousness. Okay. So Deuteronomy 6:25. And it shall be our righteousness, we define in righteousness, if we observe to do all these commandments before the Most High our power, as he have commanded us, right? So to be unrighteous, it means that you're not keeping the commandments of the Most High. That makes you unrighteousness. So here it is, when it says in verse 10 of Thessalonians, the 2nd chapter, and with all deceivableness, all lies that we started this lesson, with all deceivableness, of unrighteousness of those that break the commandments of the Most High, and them that's going to be put to death, because they receive not the love of the truth. All you that don't want to see the love of the truth, what's the truth, class? Psalms 119, 142. Thy righteousness is an everlasting righteousness, and thy law is the truth. They receive not the love of the commandments of the Most High. And that's mostly people in this world that deal with Christian insanity religions. Look, the Most High wrote the laws with his finger. They're his laws. They're his commandments. And you giving him your middle finger. Maybe you can understand that. Because they receive not the love of the truth. The laws of the Most High, the commandments of the Most High, that they might be saved. Then you know you want to be saved. How are you going to be saved if you don't do what the Most High say do? Listen. And with all deceivableness, you've been lied to. We started this lesson on lies. Straight up. Deceivableness, deceit, how they deceive the whole world. Go back and look at it. All these coming in late. And like, share, and hit the bell for the video, for the lesson. And for this, listen, and with all deceivableness or unrighteousness of not keeping the commandments of the Most High, lying, and not keeping the commandments of the Most High, and them that perish, you that? You're going to be done away with. Why? Because they receive not the love of the truth. They receive not the love of keeping the commandments and the laws of the Most High, that they might be saved. Ain't no guarantee. But at least you got a chance that you might be saved, keeping the commandments of the Most High and the laws of the Most High. Say, and for this cause, if they don't love the truth, y'all don't love the truth, y'all don't love to keep the commandments of the Most High. And for this cause, the Most High shall send them strong delusion, that they should believe a lie. You see? He sent them people a strong delusion. That's why, when you know all that, you go from any prophet, we go throughout the Bible, precept upon precept, here, there, wherever, and you see all the things that you've learned throughout the years, and you see our people caught up in what they caught up. You can become, that, okay, well, you got a chance to repent, fear the Most High, repent, keep the commandments of the Most High. When people say, oh, that's your thing. Okay, well, just them. What can you do? You gonna sit there and go, you sit there and go crazy when they doing their life and wickedness, whatever they're doing, and you gonna hurt yourself and feeling how they feel against what it is against the Most High, and you love the Most High, and you know somebody against the Most High, you're gonna feel bad about those being against the Most High. Think about it. We pray that they will come through, but I was just praying and praying and praying. They still ain't trying to get it. What are you gonna do? What's your method? Help me. What you gonna do? Show me what worked for you. That your family just remember that we all love, and look at that. Do they really care? Don't care. Now you've been hurt and 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 hurt. Pretty soon you be like, okay, well, you become stronger. And you realize it's them. Friends, associates, especially, seem like you would want to be curious of why is it that you maintain and never stop? There's got to be a reason. There's got to be something that's seen here that somebody should inquire about, to at least look to see, well, let me see what's really going on here. Because there's going to come a time when you're going to wish you did. They're going to wish they did. And ain't nothing you can do about it because, look, see what he said? And for this cause, the Most High shall send them strong delusion. Stop this from happening. What's your solution of stopping this from happening? That they should believe a lie. Like a lot of y'all believe in the enemy. Y'all believe in whatever they tell you. Or you have believed in it. You can't say you're in the truth, but you following what look, y'all better ask somebody. Do what the scripture says. Do what I know. I'll go by what the scripture said. And it said this, straight up. I don't know what y'all listening to. I know what the Most High said. He said, oh, praise to the Most High. When you tell the scripture, you go right there, you in the wrong scripture, and you tell this book and it go right there when you speak it, that's the Most High about so much like y'all said. Ecclesiastes 12 and 10, he say, never trust thine enemy. Y'all better understand. He say, for like as iron rusted, so is his wickedness. It might take a long time for iron to rust, but he letting you say, no, never trust thine enemy. It was sold to our enemies. Deuteronomy 28:68. And the Most High shall send thee into Egypt, captivity, slavery, and bondage again with ships. By the way where I speak to thee, thou shalt see it no more again. And there when you go on these ships, you're going to be sold to your enemies for bondmen, slave men, and bondwomen, slave women. And no man shall buy you. Ain't nobody going to redeem us from the condition that we put ourselves in for breaking the Most High's laws and commandments. That's why it says, never trust thine enemy. For like as iron rusted, so is his wickedness. Take a long time for iron to rust. But you know that his wickedness is there. Say, though he humbled himself. Oh, I know you gotta listen to what we're saying. You have to do it. And people did it. Whatever they say, they followed suit on just what they said. Though he humbled himself and go crouching, yet take good heed and beware of him. And thou shalt be unto him as if thou had watched a looking glass, see right through him. And thou shalt know that his rust, that's that wickedness, has not been altogether wiped away. Ain't all been wiped away, man. It's telling you that. That's what the scriptures, that's why it says very important to know these scriptures, to know how your mind should think about what's right from wrong. If you don't, you're supposed to ask. Nobody asks, so you caught up in whatever it is that they done put in you or whatever they doing, they plan to do. Had everybody in the house when they sit up there, 5 to 10 to 12, the 15 to 20 G. You don't know how many, decibels they can go up to, man. You don't know what they're doing. Ain't thought about it, just do this and you did it. Dang. Those things got to be prayed against too. Against. That's why here it is, the enemy. Right here. verse 3. 2 Thessalonians 2 and 3. Let no man deceive you. We've been lied to enough, y'all. Like I said, we started with this lesson with lies, the liars, the dragon, the red serpent, the red devil, the red Satan, the red beast, the red Edomites. All what color? Red. Let no man deceive you by any means, but that day shall not come except there come a falling away first. And many have fell away on their faith in the MASHAYACH, their faith in the Most High. And we fell, as you see here, in 65 to 70 AD, we fought Romans and all those that were against us. In 65 AD, this book stops. The Bible stops. It picks up again in 90 to 96 AD, approximately, in the book of Revelation. But in 65, that's why I say I fallen away first. We fell away from 65 to 70 AD. Except there come a falling away first, and we fell out of faith, and that man of sin be revealed, the son of perdition, son of hell. Just the so-called white man, Edomites, who opposes and exalted himself above all that is called the Most High. Come on, I can't say it enough. Show me some pictures of some other nations that said that they the Most High, that they're MASHAYACH YAHAWASHI. You ain't gonna find it. Not like you see all the Bibles, okay? Every time you pull a Bible of a certain nation, I'll pull out a Bible with their pictures in it. Or some kind of, matter of fact, okay, you get yours. I got the Borgias by Marion Johnson. Oh, look at that. All praise to the Most High. All praise to the Most High. That's your Caesar Borgia right there. You see that? That's your Caesar Borgia right there. The first edition of the one that they painted as a MASHAYACH YAHAWASHI. You see that? Shown right there. It's called the Borgias. Remember I showed you the Last Supper picture? That's this family right here. That's this family right here. There's like 5 people in that picture. I've been revealing this for years. I don't understand why nobody really bringing that out. Well, y'all got just somebody know the champion for Israel. Something wrong with you. Only one I seen do it was Terah, HOI, and Chief Ephraim. Only 2 people. That's always a catch. But people know about that Last Supper picture. Look, here he is right here. This your Jesus right here. Bam, right there. See? That's who they painted as a MASHAYACH YAHAWASHI. And you know what they call them? You can go on YouTube, on Showtime. You know what they call them? The First Crime Family. Straight up. That's them right there. And let me show you something else in this book. Okay, a lot of y'all running around and walk around here with a cross on your neck. Here the first time he was put on a cross right here. See that? That's her right there. See that? Caesar Borgia put on the cross, but it was really a dagger. Look, wicked sucker. Say, Maria Enriquez, widow of Juan Duke of Gandia, was convinced of Caesar's guilt as murderer of both Juan and Alfonso de Brichigali. She commissioned this altarpiece with Caesar far right, raising his dagger to stab Juan in the back. Straight up. See? These are the things, this wicked. I'll tell you, they call them the First Crime Family. He killed his brother. And y'all got it up in your house everywhere. Like it's something sacred. They call them the first crime family. They're treacherous. You can look on YouTube. Just type in the Borgias, the Borgias. They had a series on Showtime. Look, let me show you. See a picture worth 1,000 words, right? Let me show you something. I'm looking for his sister. There she is, but she in black and white there. See, this is Sister Lucretia right there, right? You see her right there? That's Lucretia, his sister. He killed her husband. Here she is right here in color right here. Okay, you see her? Look at her close. I'm going to show you in that picture. You see, that's Lucretia, his sister, right? Let me show you in this picture, just so you know. See that picture? Can y'all see it? Can I get a one if y'all can see this? I don't know, because a lot of times I put it too close, and when I look at when it feeds back, you can't really see it. So can y'all see it from there clearly? Can I get a one if you can see it? Let me know. People leaving up out of here. Anyway. Here go Caesar Borgia right here. That's him right there. That's him right there. Now here go his brother right here, right there, and right there. Here go his father, Rodrigo Borgia, sitting at the head of the table. Pope Alexander VI of Rome right here, right there, and right there. Same image. Now, here go his mother standing right here, looking at Caesar. And here goes Sister Lucretia right there. Only looked isn't it the same? You see that? 5 people in that picture. They're called the Borgia family. They call them the first crime family. See, that's why they say that man of sin have to be revealed. The son of perdition, the son of hell. And everywhere he go, verse 4, 2 Thessalonians 2 and 4, who opposes and exalted himself above all that is called the Most High, of MASHAYACH, or that is worship, so that he, as the Most High, as a MASHAYACH, sitteth in the temple of the Most High, showing himself that he is the Most High, that he is a MASHAYACH. Now, who the temple of the Most High? 1 Corinthians 3:16. 1 Corinthians 3:16. Know ye not that ye are the temple of the Most High, and that the Spirit of the Most High dwelleth in you? So you can't, no way, shape, or form tell me that picture ain't all over our families' houses and churches everywhere, man. And the sad part is, nobody even looked at the picture. Got it up in their house, don't even know what that picture is, don't even look at that picture. I would say, look at the picture. People turn their head around like it got some kind of, I don't know, some kind of power or something. What's wrong with us, man? That's why I said, who opposes and exalted himself above all that is called the Most High, MASHAYACH, or that is worship, so that he, as the Most High, MASHAYACH, sitteth in the temple of the Most High, that's amongst the children of Israel, showing himself that he is the Most High. He is a MASHAYACH. That's why you got to look at this, man. And I'm just about finished. What time is it? Yeah, I'm just about finished. Think about this. MASHAYACH came on the earth. He knew that they were going to do this because it's written in the Old Testament, in the Greek Empire, in 1 Maccabees 3:48. And laid open the book of the law, they opened the Bible, wherein the heathen has sought to paint the likeness of their images. This man of sin, man of petition, painted the likeness of their images, as we just see, right? Wisdom of Solomon 15:4. For neither did the mischievous invention of men deceive us, nor an image spotted with diverse colors. I can understand why nobody ever seen that before. But it's like certain things that the Most High through the Spirit has brought to the table that I'm bringing right now, like this BAAL means LORD. Who's going to catch on to that? Or y'all going to continue to say all praises? To who? Or y'all going to say APTTMH? Give the Most High some initials. After you done typed out all you have to say, then you can put all APTTMH for him. The Most High? Are you serious? You can stand before the Most High and say, yeah, I ain't giving you no praise. I'm giving all praises to, I'll leave it open for anybody else, God or whatever the idol that they believe in, they can say they're God. No. Not if you love the Most High. Come on. We just read in Ecclesiastes 43. He said, when you exalt the Most High, put forth all your strength. Can't be playing with this, man. Are y'all serious? Y'all must don't fear the Most High. Don't let the Most High visit you. You know, visit people, man. It seems like they would really look at, man, I know one thing. I know I'm going to praise him. I don't care what nobody say. You can go jump in the lake for us. I'm going to say, I'm going to praise the Most High. I know what I know. And I know that talking about him brings him, rather than not talking about him and letting the devil deal with you, because you come with an excuse not to. And we talk about the Most High. Are you serious? But MASHAYACH knew this. When he came on the earth, he walked on the earth knowing that they're going to do this. Look what it says. But neither did the mischievous inventions, this Wisdom of Solomon 15:4. He knew this, of men deceive us, nor an image spotted with diverse colors, different colors. The painter's fruitless labor. That's why we hear, because it's telling you in 2 Thessalonians 2:4, who opposes and exalted himself above all that is called the Most High, MASHAYACH, or that is worship, so that he as the Most High, as the MASHAYACH, sitteth in the temple of the Most High, which are the children of Israel, showing himself that he is the Most High, while MASHAYACH. Here it is. It says, for neither did the mischievous inventions, was Solomon 15:4, of men deceive us, nor an image spotted with diverse colors, different colors, as we see in that picture. The painter's fruitless labor, the sight wherein entices fools to lust after it. And so they desire the form of a dead image, and that have no breath. Both they that make it, they that desire them, and they that worship them are lovers of evil things, and are worthy to have such things to trust upon. Man, you better look at what he's saying. Look at Wisdom of Solomon 14, verse 9. It says, for the unrighteous and the unrighteousness are both alike, hateful before unto the Most High. You hear that? So if you're keeping the commandments of the Most High, you keep the laws of the Most High, you hateful before the Most High. But that which is made shall be punished together with him that made it. Straight up. Therefore, even upon the idols of the Gentiles, because remember, all the gods of the nations are idols. Psalm 96:5. But the Most High made the heavens, they worship everything, the sun, the moon, the stars, the comets, you name it. Therefore, even upon the idols of the Gentiles shall there be a visitation, because in the creation of the Most High, they are become an abomination and stumbling blocks to the souls of men, and a snare to the feet of the unwise, right? For the devising of idols was the beginning of spiritual fornication. Hear that? When they made these idols, It was the beginning of spiritual fornication, going against the Most High, power of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. And the invention of them, the corruption of life, corrupted people's life. But neither were they from the beginning, neither shall they be forever. They weren't from the beginning. In the beginning, everybody obeyed the Most High until Adam and Eve ate of the tree of the knowledge of good and evil and brought evil into the world. For by the vainglory of men, they entered into the world, and therefore shall they come shortly to an end. This concerning Rodrigo Borgia, Pope Alexander VI of Rome, right here in the scripture, in the Old Testament. For a father afflicted with untimely mourning, when he hath made an image of his child, soon taken away, talking about Caesar Borgia, because he died before Rodrigo Borgia, Pope Alexander VI of Rome, now honored him as a god that we can see until this day, as a power, which was then a dead man. He was died. He was dead, and delivered to those that were under him ceremonies and sacrifices, worshiping Caesar Borgia until this day, y'all, because it's still here. Thus, in process of time, an unrighteous custom grown strong was kept as a law, and graven images were worshipped by the commandments of kings. You have to worship this image. That's why it's so prevalent. You got to understand this, because with us being in slavery, they push this on us every day, every way. You can look at my series called The Destruction of the Indies, where I did it in English, Spanish, French, Patois, and Portuguese, in 4 different languages. It's called The Destruction of the Indies. And you'll see when they came over here what they did. And anybody want to see, I got pictures from a book called The Destruction of the Indies by Bartholomew de las Casas that show what they did when they came over here to this Western Hemisphere. So many things that they've done are so terrible. That's why it says, and they had this picture, they had the picture of, let's go back to 1492. This one goes back to 1940. Warner Salmon drew this. He make $1 million off of that. But the original came from a drawing by Michelangelo, Leonardo da Vinci. One of them drag queens, one of them. Anyway, it said, look, it says, allegedly, say, Wisdom of Solomon 14 and 16. Thus, in process of time, an unrighteous custom grown strong was kept as a law, and graven images were worshipped by the commandments of kings. It was a commandment that they had to worship them. Just like when we just left celebrating Purim. You know, the king had put his signet ring, sealed it, that everybody had to worship Haman, this Amalekite. And Mordecai said, he ain't bowed down to him. So he had plans to kill him and kill all of us in 127 provinces of the Persian and Mede Empire. The same ones that they're fighting right now. They just called their names Iranian. They changed it to Iranians instead of Persian, but they're the same people. And they said, I remember years ago, they said that America had the chosen people of the Most High in captivity here. That's us. This is what it says. Thus, in process of time, an unrighteous, verse 16, custom grown strong was kept as a law, and graven images were worshipped by the commandments of kings, whom men could not honor in presence, because they wasn't there, because they dwelt far off. They took the counterfeit of his visage from far, and made an express image of a king whom they honored, to the end that by this their forwardness they might flatter him that was absent, as if he were present. They're going to flatter, Pope Alexander VI, Rodrigo Borgia, as if he were present. That's why you see what it is. I'll show you the one that they drew here, one that Solomon drew. Here it is right here. That's what they did. Even though he's been gone, he drew that, making money off of it for him. So these are the things that we're looking at that has happened, and our people are still caught up in it because they were programmed to believe that the so-called white man is the Most High. So-called white man is the MASHAYACH YAHAWASHI. The so-called white man is the 12 apostles, even though they can't name them. And the so-called white man is the 12 tribes of Israel. Patriots, even though they can't name them. So these are the things that we're looking at, because we're at war, and first and foremost, we got to not be at war with ourselves. We have to stop being at war with ourselves. All throughout the Bible, Most High is telling us about, always talk about loving each other, love thy neighbor, love thy brother. Just in case you don't remember, you're going to remember before the Bible's over. Revelation 22:14, it say, blessed are they that do his commandments. You only have 7 more verses left in the Bible. You see what it say? Blessed are they that do his commandments, that they may have right to the tree of life. You may have a right to live forever, and may enter in through the gates into the city. Now, it can't be talking about everybody, because those gates only have 12 gates. And each gate has one of the names of the 12 tribes of Israel on it. Let's look at that before we get out of here. Some of you might not have seen this. And because they say, I'm going through them pearly gates. I'm going through the pearly gate. They might say that. Let's see about that. Because blessed are they that do the commandments. You taught you ain't got to keep the commandments. Commandments are the laws of the Most High. You taught that you're under grace, and you got to keep the commandments, because MASHAYACH nailed your sins to the cross. And they always say, all have sinned and come short of the glory of the Most High, so they ain't keeping no commandments. That's an excuse to not do what he say do. He gonna burn you up, straight up. That's why I call y'all crisp insanity. You're gonna be burnt crispy. That's my late brother Kozakistar used to say. And you insane. You deal with insanity. To think that you ain't got to do what he say do, and he gonna bring you into the kingdom. I don't think so. That's why I say, blessed are they that do his commandments. You only got 7 verses left. That they may enter into the gates, into the city. He go gates into the city right here. Revelation 21, let's see what it's talking about. Verse 2. And I, John, saw the holy city, New Jerusalem, coming down from the Most High out of heaven, prepared as a bride adorned for her husband, right? Verse 12. And had a wall great and high, and had 12 gates. And at the gates 12 angels, and names written thereon, which are the names of the 12 tribes of the children of Israel. Can't get no clearer than that. On the east 3 gates, on the north 3 gates, on the south 3 gates, and on the west 3 gates. 3 times 4 is 12. And each gate had the name of the 12 tribes of the children of Israel. Judah, Benjamin, Levi, Simeon, Zebulun, Ephraim, Manasseh, Gad, Reuben, Naphtali, Asher, and Issachar. If you're Israelite, you should know all 12 tribes by it. You should just flow like it's supposed to. We're a nation. So it says, Revelation 22:14, blessed are they that do his commandments. that they may have right to the tree of life and may enter in through the gates into the city. But without are dogs and sorcerers, you hear this? And whoremongers and murderers and idolaters and whosoever loveth and maketh a lie. They're not going to be in the kingdom. Now you make a choice. You tell me that MASHAYACH, all the people that's doing all these things that are involved with these particular characteristics going to be in the kingdom and say without are dogs and sorcerers and whoremongers and murderers and idolaters and whosoever loveth and maketh a lie. They're going to be in the kingdom. Talk to me. Because y'all say, hey, whatever, no matter if you like that, you still going to be going into the kingdom. No, you're not. He said without the kingdom. Straight up. There's those that's going to be going into the gates and those that are not. Going to be without the kingdom. And they're going to be burnt crispy. Straight up. I'm just here to warn you. Here to make it so that you understand, because it tell you. And Revelation 20 and 10, and the devil that deceived them, a lot of y'all deceived still to this day, was cast into the lake of fire and brimstone. That's that without. That's where they're going to be at. Where the beast and the false prophet, all these false religions, that's why I call them Christian sanity religions, that deal with these false prophets are and shall be tormented day and night forever and ever. You don't want to be there. But some of you got to be there because you're not going to come back to the Most High. You ain't going to find out what you got to do to be saved. That's why the Most High said, Revelation 18 and 4 again. And I heard another voice saying, from heaven saying, come out of her, my people, that ye be not partakers of her sins, and that you receive not of her plagues. For her sins have reached unto heaven, and the Most High have remembered her iniquities. That's why he told us in Amos 9 and 8. Most High remembered her iniquity. What she have done. That's wrong. Amos 9 and 8. No matter how you look at how things are happening in this world, thus say the Most High. Behold, the eyes of the Most High power. What about the eyes of the Most High? Let's see what the eyes of the Most High. See if we find some about the eyes of the Most High. In Ecclesiastes 23 and 19, it's the eyes of the Most High. It says, such a man such a man only fear the eyes of men, and knoweth not that the eyes of the Most High are 10,000 times brighter than the sun. You hear that? The eyes of the Most High are 10,000 times brighter than the sun, beholding all the ways of men, and considering the most secret parts. See that? Better understand, overstand. Man. Look at Ecclesiastes 5 and 2. Follow not thine own mind and thy strength to walk in the ways of thy heart, the way you think. And say not, who shall control me for my works? What I'm doing that's contrary to the laws, such commandments of the Most High. But the Most High will surely revenge thy pride. Say not, I have sinned, and what harm has happened unto me. But the Most High is long suffering. He suffered a long time. He will in no wise let thee go. You understand? Better hear what he's saying. For real, for real. Proverbs 3:32. Proverbs 3 and 32. I'm just about finished, Proverbs 3:32. Proverbs 3 and 32. For the froward is abomination to the Most High, but his secret is with the righteous. Hear that? His secret is with his righteous. Remember he said, the eyes of the Most High are 10,000 times brighter than the sun, right? The eyes, such a man only feareth the eyes of men, and knoweth not, this Ecclesiastes 23 and 19, and knoweth not that the eyes of the Most High are 10,000 times brighter than the sun, beholding all the ways of men and considering the most secret parts. So a lot of times, you know, when you roll in the spirit, if you are in the spirit, Most High reveals his secrets as such. When you look at Amos 3, go to Amos, the 3rd chapter, and verse 7, it said, Amos 3 and 7, it says, surely the Most High will do nothing, but he revealeth his secret unto his servants who are the Israelites. We went over that earlier. The prophets, you see. So he revealeth certain things that he see to those that are in the spirit with him. Now, it's very important that we see this. So now going back to Amos 9 and 8, he says, behold, the eyes of the Most High, that's 10,000 times brighter than the sun, beholding all the ways of man, and even the secret parts. The eyes of the Most High power are upon the sinful kingdom, like America. Why I said, come out of her. And I will destroy it from off the face of the earth. Saving, you're going to save someone, that I will not utterly destroy the house of Jacob. Who live in the house? The family of Jacob. That remnant, said the Most High. For lo, I will command, you're going to command, and I will sift the house of Israel among all nations, because he scatters among all nations. We broke his law, statute, commandments. So he's going to sift us among all nations, like as corn is sifted in the sea, yet shall not the least grain fall upon the earth. The least is the 1/3 or the remnant of the 12 tribes of Israel, not going to fall upon the earth. Then you know the other one's going to be unalived on the earth. Majority, right? All the sinners of my people, let you know, all the sinners, all of you that break the commandments of the Most High, break the laws of the Most High, that are Israelites, all the sinners of my people who are the Israelites, shall die by the sword, which say the evil shall not overtake nor within us. See? In that day will I raise the tabernacle of David that is fallen, and close up the breaches thereof. He's going to make us one stick. So I went over last night. One stick. And I will raise up his ruins, and I will build it as in the days of old, that they may possess the remnant of Edom. It's going to be a remnant of the Edomites. And of all the heathen, which are called by my name, said the Most High Power that doeth this. Hear that? So, verse 14 says, and I will bring again the captivity of my people of Israel. There go my people of Israel again. We can use that one, y'all. Amos 9:14. My people of Israel, and they shall build the waste cities and inhabit them, and they shall plant vineyards and drink the wine thereof. They also shall make gardens and eat the fruit of them. And I will plant them, Most High, that eyes, the Most High going to plant them upon their land, and they shall no more be pulled up out of their land, which I have given them, saith the Most High, your power. Thy power is your power. All praise to the Most High. So it said, hey, it said, we not going to be doing this. Let me show you. We ain't going to be doing this. The ones that's going to really listen to us and learn from us, they got an opportunity to be in our kingdom. Those that's opposing what we're teaching, they're not going to make it. Go to Isaiah 60. Who's going to do it? Isaiah 60. Because say we're going to do all those things. You're going to, you know. Look, Isaiah 60 and 10. And the sons of strangers shall build up thy walls. You hear that? and their kings shall minister unto thee. For in my wrath I smote thee, but in my favor have I had mercy on thee. Mercy is not getting something you do deserve to get. Therefore thy gates shall be open continually, they shall not be shut day nor night, that men may bring unto thee, the Israelites, that remnant that's going to be redeemed, the forces of the Gentiles, and that their kings may be brought. This is what it says. For the nation and kingdom that will not serve thee shall perish. Yeah, those nations shall be utterly wasted. Well, I say when he gives us rest, we're just going to have that rest right here. Isaiah 14:1. This is when we're going to have that rest. Yasharallah. Isaiah 14:1. For the Most High will have mercy on Jacob and will yet choose Israel and set them in their own land. What the Most High going to do? And the strangers, these other nations outside of the 12 tribes of Israel, shall be joined unto them, and they shall cleave to the house of Jacob. They're going to be cleaving to us. And the people shall take them and bring them to their place. These other nations, we're going to take them to their place where they're going to live at, and the house of Israel shall possess them. That's these other nations, that remnant of the other nations that's going to make it to our kingdom in the land of the Most High, and the MASHAYACH for servants and handmaids, men slaves and women slaves. And they shall take them captives, whose captives they were. We're going to take all them that is in captivity, they're going into captivity. And they shall rule over their oppressors. That's in the kingdom. And it shall come to pass in the day that the Most High shall give thee rest. That's what we're going to have that rest. This ain't our rest right now. Now you're going to give us rest. Most High Ratazawan, Most High will. From thy sorrow, and from thy fear, and from the hard bondage wherein thou was made to serve. That's why he tells us in Revelation 21:4. He said, hey, and the Most High shall wipe away all tears from their eyes, and there shall be no more death. Don't live forever. Neither sorrow, no sadness, no crying, ain't no weeping, no more. Neither shall there be any more pain, no more pain, y'all. For the former things are passed away. And he that sat upon the throne said, behold, I'll make all things new. And he said unto me, right, for these words are true and faithful. All praise to the Most High. 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 And with that, I say, give me a like, and share the video if you can. And hit the bell so you'll know we come on every second day about 8 o'clock, and on the fourth day at 7 o'clock, and the Sabbath night at 7 o'clock, and we usually be on street teaching, but they're getting ready for them, I guess, abominable Oscars in Hollywood. That's why we went up there today. But check it out. And I say, Kwam Most High, rise Most High. Kwam Mashiach YAHAWASHI, rise of Mashiach YAHAWASHI, our anointed Savior, and Kwam Yasharallah, rise 12 tribes of Israel. And I'm out. Shalom, y'all.